Hello, my dear dreamers. I'm Abigail, and tonight we're about to embark on a journey like no other, deep into the enchanting world of Greek mythology. Together, we'll follow our hero through trials that challenge not just strength, but might, heart, and the will to endure. It's a tale of gods and mortals, of love and loss, and the unyielding desire to return home. Along the way, we'll face the wrath of Poseidon, the seductive allure of mystical islands, and the relentless trials that only the most clever and courageous can overcome. You'll witness acts of cunning, moments of heartbreak, and the triumph of a spirit that refuses to be broken. Before we set sail, let's prepare for the journey. Take a deep breath. Feel the rise and fall of your chest. Let your shoulders relax, and let the weight of the day drift away. Imagine the waves lapping gently against the shore, the stars lighting the way, and the adventure waiting just beyond the horizon. Now close your eyes if you wish. Let the world fade away, and together let us begin our magical journey. Odysseus stood on the shores of Troy, the last wisps of battle smoke curling into the sky as the remnants of the ancient army began their journeys home. For 10 years, the great war had consumed them. Victories, betrayals, and losses staining the sands and their souls. Now, the Trojan War was over, and Troy lay in ruin, its gates shattered and its people scattered or slain. Yet, for Odysseus, the war's end was not a signal of peace, but the beginning of an odyssey that would stretch far beyond the bounds of his imagination. He cast his gaze to the sea, the glittering Aegean seeming almost too calm, as if mocking the turbulence within him. Ithaca awaited him, his wife Penelope, his young son Telemachus, his throne. But the path home was one shrouded in uncertainty. His fleet, a cluster of weathered ships carrying tired warriors, seemed fragile against the vast expanse of water. Still, Odysseus felt the pull of home as a deep ache in his chest. He was a man of cunning and resilience, and nothing, he assured himself, would keep him from Ithaca. The first days at sea were merciful, the winds favorable, and the men in high spirits. They sang songs of their triumphs, their voices rising over the crash of waves. Odysseus, seated near the ship's prow, allowed himself a moment of reflection. His mind wandered to Penelope, her image vivid even after a decade apart. Would she still wait for him, as faithful as he had imagined? Would Telemachus, who had been a babe when Odysseus left, even recognize him? These thoughts were bittersweet companions as the ship cut through the waves. The first hint of trouble came not from the sea, but from the men themselves. Among them were veterans of war, their souls hardened by years of bloodshed. Yet, victory had not brought peace to their hearts. They argued over provisions, over loot stolen from Troy, and over who had suffered the most in battle. Odysseus, ever the diplomat, intervened where he could, calming tempers with reason and authority. Still, a seed of unrest had been planted, and he could feel its roots taking hold. It was on the 5th day that the fleet made its first stop, an unmarked island with lush greenery and a secluded harbor. The men, eager to stretch their legs and replenish supplies, disembarked swiftly. The island seemed a paradise at first glance, with fruit-laden trees and streams of crystal-clear water. Odysseus, cautious by nature, sent scouts to survey the land. When they returned with reports of no inhabitants and an abundance of food, the men rejoiced. That night, under a canopy of stars, the men feasted, wine flowed freely, and laughter echoed through the trees. But as the hours passed, Odysseus noticed something amiss. The men who had wandered deeper into the island to gather fruit had not returned. He rose from his place by the fire, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his sword. "Stay alert," he commanded Eurylochus, his trusted second in command, before disappearing into the shadows with a small group of warriors. The deeper they ventured, the more surreal the island became. The air grew heavy, thick with an intoxicating aroma that made Odysseus' head swim. He shook it off, his instincts warning him of danger. Finally, they came upon a clearing, and the sight that greeted them was both wondrous and horrifying. There, sprawled beneath a grove of lotus trees, were his missing men. Their faces were slack with bliss, their hands lazily reaching for the strange fruit that hung from the branches. The moment Odysseus approached, one of them looked up, his eyes glassy and unseeing. "Why return to the sea, my lord?" the man murmured. "Here there is peace. No war, no suffering, just sweetness." Odysseus realized with a start that the fruit was not merely sustenance. It was a trap. Those who ate it were robbed of their will to leave, their memories of home replaced by an overwhelming desire to stay. Anger flared within him. He would not allow his men to fall victim to such a fate. "Drop the fruit," he bellowed, his voice cutting through the haze. But the men ignored him, their hands greedily plucking at the branches. With no other choice, Odysseus and his warriors forced the enchanted fruit from their comrades' hands, dragging the unresisting men back to the ships. The lotus eaters screamed and wailed, their cries piercing the night, but Odysseus did not waver. One by one, he threw the mesmerized men onto the ships, ordering his crew to set sail immediately. As the island faded into the horizon, the affected men slowly regained their senses. They wept with shame, apologizing to Odysseus, who accepted their words with a heavy heart, yet his frustration lingered. It was a stark reminder how easily the journey could be derailed, how even his strongest warriors could succumb to temptation. The next stretch of the voyage was marked by unease. The men spoke in hushed tones, their spirits dampened by the encounter with the lotus eaters, Odysseus, ever the leader, knew he had to keep them focused. He gathered them one evening, his voice steady and commanding. "We are men of Ithaca," he began, his words carrying over the sound of the waves. "We have fought gods and mortals alike. We are not so weak as to let dreams of false peace distract us. Our home awaits, our families await, and we will return to them no matter the cost. His speech seemed to rekindle a spark in their hearts, and for a time they sailed with renewed determination. But the sea is a fickle mistress, and their next trial loomed closer than any of them could anticipate. The winds shifted without warning, fierce and chaotic, driving the fleet toward an unfamiliar coastline. The sky darkened, clouds churning like an angry god's wrath. Odysseus shouted commands, his voice barely audible over the howling wind, but his efforts were in vain. One by one, the ships were separated, tossed like leaves on the tempestuous sea. When dawn finally broke, Odysseus's ship found itself alone, the coastline of a strange land stretching before them. The men, battered but alive, were too weary to question their fate. They anchored near the shore, the golden sands promising a brief reprieve. Odysseus stepped onto the beach, his boots sinking into the soft earth. He surveyed the land ahead, a wild, untamed place with cliffs that loomed like sentinels over the water. Something about the air felt charged, as if the land itself was alive and watching. He turned to his men, his expression grave. "Rest if you must, but stay vigilant. We do not know what awaits us here." As the men began to set up camp, Odysseus ventured inland with Eurylochus and a handful of warriors. The path was steep and treacherous, but Odysseus's curiosity and caution propelled him forward. They moved in silence, the forest around them eerily quiet save for the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. It was Eurylochus who first spotted the plume of smoke rising in the distance. The group exchanged uneasy glances, but pressed on, their hands ready on their weapons. As they crested a hill, they saw it, a solitary dwelling, nestled among the trees. Smoke curled from its chimney, and the faint sound of singing reached their ears. Odysseus felt a chill run down his spine. The song was beautiful, hauntingly so, and it seemed to pull at something deep within him. He shook his head, steeling his resolve. Whatever lay ahead, he knew it would not be as it seemed. With a nod to his companions, Odysseus led them down the hill, toward the house and the unknown fate that awaited them. The forest seemed to grow denser as they descended toward the lone dwelling, the trees pressing closer together as if trying to dissuade them from their path. The haunting song that drifted from the house lingered in the air, its melody weaving an invisible thread that tugged at the men's minds. Eurylochus, walking just behind Odysseus, muttered under his breath, his eyes darting to the shadows. "Do you feel it, my lord?" he whispered. "This place." Odysseus nodded, but said nothing, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. The tension among the men was palpable, their breaths shallow and quick as they neared the source of the mysterious song. The house came into view at last, a modest stone structure overgrown with ivy and surrounded by a garden of strange, vibrant plants that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Odysseus raised a hand, signaling the group to stop. He studied the house carefully, his sharp eyes scanning for any sign of movement. The windows were dark, the only light coming from the smoke that curled lazily from the chimney. The song had grown louder, its melody so enchanting that one of the younger warriors took an unconscious step forward, his face slack with wonder. "Hold!" Odysseus barked, his voice cutting through the spell. The young man froze, his cheeks flushing with shame as he stepped back into line. Odysseus turned to Eurylochus. "Stay here with the men. If anything happens, fall back to the ship and wait for my signal." "My lord, let me accompany you," Eurylochus protested, his hand on his sword. "It is too dangerous to go alone." But Odysseus shook his head. "I need you here. If this place is a trap, we cannot risk losing everyone. Trust me, old friend." Eurylochus hesitated but finally relented, nodding reluctantly. Odysseus gave him a reassuring clap on the shoulder before stepping toward the house. The garden's strange plants brushed against his legs as he moved, their leaves giving off an oddly sweet scent that made his head swim. He forced himself to focus, his instincts screaming that danger was close. As he approached the door, the singing abruptly stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, and for a moment, Odysseus wondered if the singer had sensed his presence. He drew his sword and pushed open the door, stepping inside with deliberate caution. The interior of the house was dimly lit, the walls lined with shelves filled with jars of herbs, powders, and other strange substances. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. In the center of the space stood a figure, a woman, her back to him as she stirred a pot over the fire. Her hair, dark and lustrous, cascaded down her back like a river of ink. "Welcome, traveler," she said without turning, her voice smooth and melodic. "You must be weary from your journey. Please sit and rest." Odysseus did not lower his sword. "Who are you, and how do you know of my journey?" The woman turned slowly, a smile playing on her lips. She was beautiful, her eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. "I am Circe," she said, spreading her arms in a gesture of hospitality. "This is my home, and all who come here are my guests. There is no need for weapons." Odysseus did not move. He had heard tales of Circe, the sorceress who lured men into her lair and transformed them into beasts. Her beauty was a trap, her kindness a ruse. He would not be so easily fooled. "Your reputation precedes you, Circe," he said, his voice steady. "I know what you are capable of." Circe's smile widened, and she stepped closer, her movements graceful and deliberate. "And yet, here you are," she said, her gaze piercing. "What is it you seek, Odysseus of Ithaca?" Her use of his name sent a chill down his spine. He tightened his grip on his sword, his mind racing. How did she know who he was? Was this all part of her magic, her ability to see into the hearts of men? "I seek nothing from you," he said firmly. "I only wish to pass through this land with my men and continue my journey home." Circe tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. "Home," she murmured, "a noble desire. But tell me, Odysseus, are you certain that your home still waits for you? That your wife has not found comfort in another's arms? That your son even remembers the father who left him so long ago?" Her words cut deep, stirring doubts that Odysseus had buried beneath his determination. He took a step forward, his sword gleaming in the firelight. "You will not poison my mind with your lies," he said coldly. Circe laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Oh, Odysseus, you are every bit the man the stories say you are. So strong, so clever, but strength and cleverness will only take you so far." With a wave of her hand, she summoned a goblet of golden liquid, which floated toward him as if carried by an invisible hand. "Drink," she said. "Let us put aside this hostility. You have nothing to fear from me." Odysseus eyed the goblet warily, his instincts warning him against accepting anything from her. He thought of his men waiting outside, the trust they had placed in him to lead them safely through these trials. He could not afford to be reckless. "I do not drink with sorceresses," he said, his voice like steel. "If you mean no harm, you will let me and my men leave in peace." Circe's smile faltered, and for a moment her eyes darkened. Then, just as quickly, her expression softened again. "Very well," she said, lowering the goblet. "You are free to leave, but I wonder, will your men make the same choice?" At her words, Odysseus felt a surge of panic. He turned and bolted for the door, his heart pounding. As he burst into the garden, he was greeted by a sight that made his blood run cold. His men were gone, replaced by a group of animals, wolves, lions, and boars, who paced restlessly among the trees. Their eyes, however, were not those of beasts. They were the eyes of his men, filled with confusion and fear. Eurylochus, still human, stood frozen near the edge of the garden, his face pale. She turned them, he stammered. She turned them into animals. Odysseus's hands clenched into fists. He turned back toward the house, his jaw set with determination. Circe stood in the doorway, watching him with an amused expression. "Do you see now, Odysseus?" she called out. "Your strength and cleverness are meaningless here. Only those who submit to me may pass through unscathed." Odysseus stepped forward, his voice ringing with defiance. "You will release my men, Circe, or you will feel the wrath of the gods." Her laughter echoed through the garden, a sound both beautiful and terrible. "The wrath of the gods," she said, her eyes glinting. "Do not speak to me of gods, mortal. You do not know the power you challenge." Odysseus felt his pulse quicken, but he did not falter. He raised his sword, ready to charge, when suddenly a voice rang out behind him. "Stop, Odysseus." He turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a young man with golden hair and a radiance that marked him as divine. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, approached with a calm yet commanding presence. "Lower your weapon," Hermes said, his tone firm. "You cannot defeat her by force." Odysseus hesitated but obeyed, lowering his sword as Hermes stepped past him to face Circe. The sorceress regarded the god with a mixture of annoyance and curiosity. "Must you always interfere, Hermes?" she said, her voice tinged with irritation. Hermes ignored her, turning to Odysseus. "Take this," he said, producing a small plant with dark green leaves and white flowers. Moly, it will protect you from her magic. Odysseus took the plant, its roots cool in his hand. What must I do? Hermes smiled faintly. Stand your ground and do not fear her illusions. Force her to swear an oath on the river Styx that she will do you no harm. Odysseus nodded, his resolve hardening. As Hermes disappeared into the shadows, he turned back to Circe, who watched him with a bemused expression. So, she said, her lips curling into a smile, you think you can outwit me, Odysseus? Let us see if you are as clever as the stories claim. Without a word, Odysseus stepped forward, the moly clutched tightly in his hand, ready to face whatever magic she had in store. Stood at the threshold of Circe's dwelling. The moly plant clutched tightly in his hand. Its leaves felt cool against his skin, a tangible reminder of the protection it offered against the sorceress's enchantments. The air around him was thick with the scent of exotic herbs and unspoken danger. Circe watched him from within, her eyes a mixture of curiosity and calculated confidence. Come inside, Odysseus, she beckoned, her voice smooth like honeyed wine. Surely you are weary from your travels. Allow me to offer you comfort. He met her gaze steadily, every instinct warning him to remain on guard. I will accept your hospitality, he replied cautiously, stepping into the dimly lit room. Shadows danced along the walls, cast by the flickering flames of candles placed haphazardly on shelves crowded with mysterious potions and artifacts. Circe gestured to a finely crafted chair draped with rich fabrics. Please, sit. I shall prepare a drink to ease your burdens. Odysseus sat, but remained alert, his senses attuned to every movement she made. He observed as she moved gracefully around the room, selecting ingredients from various jars and mixing them into a golden chalice. Her hands were deft, her motions almost hypnotic. She approached him with the chalice, her eyes never leaving his. A special brew, she said softly, extending the cup toward him. It will soothe your spirit. He accepted the chalice, the moly hidden discreetly in his other hand. Without breaking eye contact, he raised the cup to his lips and pretended to drink, allowing the liquid to touch his lips, but not swallowing. The potion was fragrant, with a sweet yet bitter aroma that hinted at the power it contained. Circe's smile deepened as she watched him. How do you find it? A fine concoction, he replied, setting the chalice down on a nearby table. He felt a surge of anticipation from her, as if she were waiting for something to happen. Moments passed, but he remained unchanged, his mind clear. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. Perhaps you would like more, she suggested, her tone edged with impatience. No, thank you, Odysseus said firmly. I find that I am quite content. Circe's eyes narrowed and the warmth in her demeanor cooled. Strange, she mused, tapping a finger against her lips. Most find it irresistible. Odysseus leaned forward slightly. Perhaps I am not like most. She studied him intently, realization slowly dawning. You have been given moly. She stated, her voice tinged with both admiration and annoyance. Only the gods could have provided such a safeguard. He stood, his stature imposing in the confined space. Release my men from your spell, Circe, he demanded. Restore them to their true forms. She arched an eyebrow, a hint of smile returning. And if I refuse? Odysseus's gaze hardened. Then you will face the consequences of defying the will of the gods. I have no desire for conflict, but I will do whatever is necessary to protect my crew. Silence filled the room, the tension palpable. Circe regarded him thoughtfully, her expression unreadable. Then, with a graceful sweep of her arm, she turned away, moving toward a large cauldron bubbling over the hearth. Very well, Odysseus, she said over her shoulder. You are indeed a remarkable man. Few have resisted my enchantments, and fewer still have confronted me so boldly. She began to stir the contents of the cauldron, adding pinches of powdered substances that emitted sparks upon contact with the liquid. He watched cautiously as she worked, unsure of her intentions. Will you honor my request? She glanced back at him, a glimmer of sincerity in her eyes. I will, but on one condition. And what is that? That you remain here as my guest for a time, she replied. There is much we could learn from one another. Odysseus hesitated. His primary goal was to free his men and continue their journey home. Yet, he sensed that refusing her offer might provoke her ire and jeopardize their safety. How long would you have me stay? He asked carefully. She smiled enigmatically. A year and a day. In return, I will not only restore your men, but also provide you with guidance for the journey ahead. A year was a significant delay, but the promise of assistance could prove invaluable. He weighed his options swiftly. Very well, he agreed. I will stay as your guest for a year and a day, provided my men are freed immediately and treated with kindness. Circe nodded, satisfaction evident on her face. Agreed. She turned back to the cauldron, chanting softly in a language unfamiliar to Odysseus. The air shimmered, and a wave of energy pulsed outward, passing through walls and trees alike. Outside, the transformed men felt a sudden shift. The fur receded from their bodies, claws retracted into fingers, and they found themselves human once more, bewildered but unharmed. Eurylochus burst into the room moments later, breathless and wide-eyed. My lord. The men, they're restored. Odysseus nodded. Circe has agreed to release them. Circe faced Eurylochus, her demeanor courteous. Your companions are free and will be well cared for during your stay here. Eurylochus eyed her warily, then turned to Odysseus. My lord, can we trust her? Odysseus placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. For now, we have little choice. We will remain vigilant. Over the following days, Circe proved to be a gracious hostess. She provided the men with comfortable quarters, ample food, and opportunities to rest and recover from their arduous journey. The island itself was a paradise, teeming with abundant wildlife and lush landscapes. Odysseus spent his days exploring the island and his evenings conversing with Circe. They discussed philosophy, the nature of the gods, and the mysteries of the world. Despite his initial distrust, he found her to be an engaging and knowledgeable companion. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Circe and Odysseus sat atop a cliff overlooking the sea. "Tell me, Odysseus," she began, her voice soft against the backdrop of crashing waves, "what drives you to return home so fervently? Many men would be content to remain here, free from the burdens of war and the expectations of kingship." He gazed out at the expanse of water, his thoughts turning to Ithaca. "My heart belongs to my homeland," he replied, "to my wife, Penelope, and my son. Telemachus, duty, and love bind me to them." Circe studied him thoughtfully, "And yet the journey is fraught with peril. The seas are unpredictable, the gods capricious. Are you not weary?" He sighed, the weight of his experiences heavy upon him. "I am weary, but my resolve remains unshaken. I have faced countless trials, and I will face countless more if it means I can see my family again." A hint of melancholy touched her eyes. "Such devotion is rare. I admire your steadfastness." They sat in companionable silence for a time, the stars emerging one by one in the twilight sky. Eventually, Circe spoke again. "There is something I must tell you," she said, her tone serious. "Your journey ahead will be more dangerous than anything you have yet encountered." Odysseus turned to her, attentive. "What do you mean?" She rose gracefully, gesturing for him to follow her back to the dwelling. Once inside, she led him to a room filled with maps and ancient scrolls. Unfurling a large parchment across a table, she pointed to a series of markings that traced a path through the sea. "To reach Ithaca, you must navigate past the sirens whose song lures sailors to their doom. Beyond them lie Scylla and Charybdis, monstrous beings that guard the narrow straits, and further still, the island of Thrinacia, where the sacred cattle of Helios graze." She looked up at him, her expression grave. "Each presents a deadly challenge, but with my guidance you may yet find a way through." Odysseus studied the map, his mind already formulating plans. "I am grateful for your counsel. Any advantage could mean the difference between life and death." Circe placed a hand on his arm. "There is more. The gods are not all favorably disposed toward you. Poseidon still harbors a grudge for the blinding of his son, Polyphemus. He will seek to hinder your progress at every turn." He nodded. "Having suspected as much, I will have to rely on the favor of other gods then." She smiled slightly. "Indeed, Athena watches over you, though even she may not be able to shield you from all harm." Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. The men regained their strength, enjoying the respite from their ordeals. Some grew restless, eager to resume their journey, while others seemed content to remain in the comforts provided by Circe's island. Odysseus maintained a disciplined routine, training with his men, studying the maps Circe provided, and preparing mentally for the challenges ahead. His interactions with Circe became more personal, their conversations delving into deeper topics. He found himself intrigued by her perspectives, her blend of wisdom and vulnerability. One night, as a storm raged outside, they sat by the hearth, the fire casting warm light across the room. Circe seemed distant, her gaze fixed on the flames. "Do you ever wish for something more than what the fates have allotted you?" she asked quietly. He considered her question. "At times, I wonder what life would be like without the burdens of leadership and the scars of war, but I cannot deny who I am or the responsibilities I bear." She sighed softly. "Immortality can be a lonely existence. Watching the world change while you remain, the same is both a blessing and a curse." Odysseus looked at her with newfound understanding. "Is that why you choose to live in isolation here?" She nodded. "In part. It spares me the pain of forming attachments that are destined to fade. Yet, meeting someone like you reminds me of what I miss." An unspoken tension filled the space between them. Odysseus felt a pull, a temptation to let his guard down, but thoughts of Penelope anchored him. "I am honored by your words," he said gently, "but my heart belongs to another." Circe smiled wistfully, loyal to the end. Their conversation shifted, and the moment passed, but the encounter left a lingering effect on both. As the year drew to a close, Odysseus gathered his men and informed them of their imminent departure. "We have rested long enough," he announced. "It is time to resume our journey home." The men reacted with a mix of relief and apprehension. Eurylochus stepped forward. "We are ready, my lord. But do you believe we can trust Circe's guidance?" "She has been truthful thus far," Odysseus replied. "Her counsel may be the key to overcoming the obstacles ahead." Preparations were made, and the ship was restocked with provisions provided by Circe. On the final evening, she summoned Odysseus to a secluded grove. "I have one last gift for you," she said, handing him a finely crafted leather pouch. "Inside are herbs and charms that may aid you in times of need." He accepted the pouch gratefully. "Your assistance has been invaluable. I will not forget it." Circe looked at him with a mixture of sadness and resignation. "Farewell, Odysseus. May the gods watch over you." He bowed his head respectfully. "And may you find peace in your solitude." The next morning, as dawn painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, Odysseus and his crew set sail. Circe stood on the shore, a solitary figure watching them depart. The men were in high spirits, eager to continue their quest. As the island faded into the distance, Odysseus reflected on the events of the past year. He had gained knowledge and resources that would be crucial in the trials to come, but he also carried the weight of time lost. A year away from his family, from his kingdom. Eurylochus approached him at the helm. "Do you believe we will reach Ithaca soon?" Odysseus glanced at the horizon. Our journey is far from over, but I have faith that we will overcome whatever lies ahead. The sea was calm, the wind favorable. For the first time in a long while, hope swelled within the hearts of the men. Unbeknownst to them, dark forces stirred elsewhere. Poseidon, still seething with anger, observed their progress with malevolent intent. The challenges that Circe had warned about loomed ever closer, and the path ahead would test the limits of their courage and resolve. As the sun climbed higher, Odysseus steeled himself for the next leg of their odyssey. The sirens awaited, their seductive songs poised to ensnare unwary sailors. But with the knowledge and gifts bestowed upon him, he felt prepared to face whatever fate had in store. The ship sailed onward, cutting through the azure waters, each wave bringing them closer to the unknown perils that lay between them and their long-awaited home. The sea stretched endlessly before them, its calm surface glinting in the sunlight like a vast mirror reflecting the sky. Odysseus stood at the helm, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the faint outline of their next challenge awaited. The warning Circe had given him echoed in his mind. The sirens, whose song could enthrall even the strongest of wills. He knew he would have to face them soon, and he had already begun to devise a plan. The men were in good spirits, buoyed by the promise of progress and the memory of Circe's hospitality. They sang as they worked, their voices rising above the rhythmic creak of the oars. Eurylochus approached Odysseus, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What lies ahead, my lord?" he asked, his voice low enough that the others wouldn't hear. "You've spoken little of what circled you." Odysseus turned to him, his expression serious. "The sirens," he said. "Their song is deadly, luring men to their doom. We must prepare ourselves if we are to survive." Eurylochus frowned. "And how do we prepare for such a thing? If their song is as powerful as you say, how can we hope to resist?" Odysseus reached into the pouch Circe had given him, pulling out a small bundle of wax. "With this," he said, "we will block our ears so that their song cannot reach us." Eurylochus raised an eyebrow. "And you, my lord? Will you block your ears as well?" Odysseus hesitated, then shook his head. "No, I will hear their song." The man's eyes widened. "That's madness. Why would you risk such a thing?" "Because I must know what we face," Odysseus replied. "But I will not be unguarded. You and the others will bind me to the mast, and no matter what I say or do, you must not release me until we are well past their reach." Eurylochus looked skeptical, but nodded. "As you command, my lord." When the island of the sirens came into view, its jagged cliffs rising from the sea like the teeth of a great beast, the men grew quiet. The air itself seemed to change, becoming heavier, charged with an unnatural energy. Odysseus ordered the ship to slow as they approached, and he called the crew together to explain the plan. "You will each take a piece of this wax and press it into your ears," he instructed, demonstrating with his own hands. "It will block the siren's song and keep you safe. As for me, you will bind me tightly to the mast. No matter what I say, no matter how I plead, you are not to untie me until we are far beyond their influence. Do you understand?" The men exchanged uneasy glances, but nodded their agreement. They trusted their captain, even if his methods sometimes seemed unorthodox. One by one, they took the wax, molding it with their hands before pressing it into their ears. Odysseus, meanwhile, stood by the mast as Eurylochus and another man secured him with thick ropes, binding his arms and legs so tightly that he could scarcely move. Once the preparations were complete, the ship resumed its course, gliding closer to the island. The cliffs loomed larger, and the faintest strains of music began to drift across the water. The men at the oars rowed steadily, their expressions blank and focused, oblivious to the sound. But Odysseus could hear it, and as they drew nearer, the music grew louder, more intricate, and impossibly beautiful. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a melody that seemed to reach directly into his soul, promising pleasures and revelations beyond imagining. His heart raced, his body straining against the ropes as an uncontrollable longing took hold of him. "Untie me," he shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. "Let me go to them. I must go to them." The men, their ears safely sealed, did not hear him. They rowed on, their movements steady and mechanical, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The sirens appeared then, their forms barely visible on the rocky shore. They were both alluring and alien, their features shifting and blending with the landscape as if they were part of the island itself. Their voices rose in unison, weaving a spell so potent that Odysseus felt as if his very will were being unraveled. Every fiber of his being screamed for release, his mind consumed by the promise of their song. "Please," he begged, his voice breaking. "You don't understand. I need to go to them." The ropes held firm, biting into his flesh as he thrashed against them. He could feel the sweat pouring down his face, his muscles burning with the effort of his struggle, and yet, deep within the chaos of his mind, a small, rational voice reminded him that this was exactly what he had planned for. He had known the power of the siren's song and had prepared accordingly. It was this sliver of awareness that kept him from succumbing completely, even as the rest of him raged against his bonds. The ship passed the island slowly, the sirens' voices following them like a shadow. Odysseus could see them more clearly now, their forms shimmering like mirages, their hands outstretched as if beckoning him to join them. They sang of secrets and desires, of knowledge that could not be found anywhere else in the world. It was almost unbearable to resist, and yet the ropes held him fast, a physical reminder of the choice he had made. At last, the Sirens' Island began to fade into the distance, their voices growing fainter with each passing moment. Odysseus felt the tension in his body begin to ease, the spell of their song gradually losing its hold on him. When he could no longer hear their music, he slumped against the mast, his body exhausted but his mind clear. Eurylochus and the others removed the wax from their ears and approached him cautiously. "My lord," Eurylochus said, his voice uncertain. "Are you yourself again?" Odysseus nodded weakly. "Yes, untie me." They worked quickly to free him, and he sank to the deck, his legs trembling as he regained his composure. The men watched him anxiously, their faces a mixture of concern and admiration. "What did you hear, my lord?" one of them asked hesitantly. Odysseus looked up at them, his expression grave. "Their song is unlike anything I can describe," he said. "It is beauty and despair, hope and ruin. It is everything you have ever wanted and everything you fear, and it is a trap." The men exchanged uneasy glances, grateful for the wax that had spared them from such an experience. They returned to their duties, their movements more subdued than before, as if the encounter had reminded them of the fragility of their lives. As the ship sailed on, Odysseus remained at the helm, his thoughts heavy. The siren's song lingered in his memory, a haunting echo that refused to fade completely. He knew that the journey ahead would only grow more perilous, each challenge testing the limits of his courage and resolve. The sea around them began to change, the calm waters giving way to a growing turbulence. The sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously overhead. Odysseus felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding settling over him like a shroud. Eurylochus approached, his expression grim. "What is it, my lord?" he asked. "What lies ahead?" Odysseus turned to him, his jaw set with determination. "Scylla and Charybdis," he said, "two terrors that guard the straits. We must face them next." The men overheard his words, and murmurs of fear rippled through the crew. Odysseus raised his voice to address them. "Take heart, my friends," he said, his tone firm and reassuring. "We have faced countless dangers and survived. This will be no different. Trust in me, and we will see Ithaca again." The men nodded hesitantly, their faith in their captain outweighing their fear. They prepared the ship as best they could, reinforcing the oars and securing the sails. Odysseus studied the map Circe had given him, tracing their course with his finger and mentally calculating the best way to navigate the straits. The ship pressed onward, the waves growing rougher with each passing moment. The sound of crashing water grew louder, a deafening roar that filled the air and sent shivers down their spines. The straits were close now, and the men braced themselves for the challenge that awaited them. Odysseus stood at the helm, his eyes fixed on the churning waters ahead. He knew that this trial would demand every ounce of his skill and courage. As the ship entered the narrow passage, the shadows of Scylla and Charybdis loomed in the distance, monstrous and unforgiving, ready to test the mettle of every man aboard. The ship crept into the narrow straits, the air thick with tension. On either side, the waters churned with unnatural violence, as though the sea itself sought to claim them. To the port side, the jagged cliffs loomed high, their sharp faces dotted with dark caves where Scylla was said to dwell. To the starboard, a massive whirlpool spiraled relentlessly. Charybdis, the insatiable maw of the sea, waiting to drag their vessel into its depths. The men were silent, their faces pale as they rowed in unison, their muscles taut with effort and fear. Odysseus stood at the helm, his hands firm on the wheel as he guided the ship toward the perilous center of the passage. He had studied Circe's map meticulously and replayed her advice in his mind countless times. She had warned him to steer closer to Scylla, for her attack, though devastating, would only claim a few lives, whereas Charybdis would devour the entire ship. It was a grim choice, but one he had already resolved to make. "Row steady," he commanded, his voice cutting through the roaring winds and crashing waves. "Do not falter." The men obeyed, their oars slicing through the water with precision. Odysseus scanned the cliffs, searching for any sign of movement, his heart pounding as he anticipated the monstrous form of Scylla. The tails of her 6 heads, each with razor-sharp teeth, haunted him. She would strike quickly, her heads darting out to snatch men from the deck before retreating to the safety of her lair. "Eurylochus," he called, summoning his trusted second-in-command to his side. "Take charge of the men and ensure they stay focused. No one must look to the cliffs, no matter what they hear or see." Eurylochus nodded, his expression grim but resolute. "And you, my lord?" "I will steer us through," Odysseus replied. "Keep them rowing, no matter what happens." The ship drew closer to the cliffs, and the roar of Charybdis grew louder, a deafening cacophony that seemed to shake the very air. The whirlpool churned with terrifying force, its edges frothing with foam as it swallowed the sea and spat it back in violent bursts. The men rowed harder, their muscles straining as they fought to keep the ship on course. A sudden blood-curdling screech pierced the air, freezing the crew in place. Odysseus's head snapped toward the cliffs, and his heart sank. There, emerging from the shadows of the caves, was Scylla. Her 6 heads writhed like serpents, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. Her long, sinuous necks extended outward, and her mouths opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. "Do not look," Odysseus shouted, his voice desperate. "Row, row for your lives." But it was too late. The men nearest to the starboard side had turned to look, their faces contorted with terror. In an instant, Scylla struck. Her heads darted down like lightning, snatching men from the deck with horrifying speed. Their screams echoed briefly before being swallowed by the sound of the waves. The remaining crew scrambled to their positions, their fear fueling their efforts as they rowed with frantic energy. Odysseus gritted his teeth, his hands tightening on the wheel as he steered the ship away from the cliffs, knowing that they had no choice but to endure Scylla's attack. Each time she struck, another man was lost, his cries cutting through the air like a blade. Eurylochus shouted orders, his voice hoarse as he rallied the survivors. "Keep rowing. Do not stop." Odysseus's mind raced, his thoughts torn between the need to press forward and the anguish of watching his men be taken. He had known this would happen, had prepared himself for the sacrifice, but the reality of it was far more harrowing than he had imagined. Each life lost was a weight on his soul, a reminder of the cost of their journey. At last, the ship began to move past the cliffs, Scylla's attacks growing less frequent as her prey escaped her reach. The men rowed with all their strength, their faces grim with determination and grief. When the cliffs finally receded into the distance and the roar of Charybdis faded, a heavy silence fell over the crew. Odysseus released the wheel, his hands trembling as he stepped away. He looked at the deck, now littered with abandoned oars and splatters of blood, and his chest tightened with sorrow. Eurylochus approached him, his face etched with exhaustion. "My lord," he said softly, "we have passed through, but the cost." Odysseus nodded, his throat tight. "I know." He turned to address the crew, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "We have lost brothers today, men of great courage and strength. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. We will honor them by continuing this journey, by reaching Ithaca and ensuring their memory lives on." The men bowed their heads, their grief palpable, but their resolve unbroken. They returned to their positions, adjusting the sails and preparing the ship for the next leg of the voyage. As the day wore on, the sea grew calmer, the waters shimmering in the golden light of the setting sun. The men tended to their wounds, both physical and emotional, their camaraderie, a source of solace in the face of their losses. Odysseus sat alone at the stern, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he replayed the events in his mind. He thought of the men who had been taken, their faces flashing before him like ghosts. Each one had entrusted their lives to him, and though he had done everything in his power to guide them safely, he could not shake the guilt that weighed heavily on his heart. The sound of footsteps drew his attention, and he turned to see Eurylochus standing behind him. The man hesitated before speaking, his voice low. "My lord, we would not have made it this far without your leadership. The men know this, and they follow you because they believe in you." Odysseus offered a faint smile, though his eyes betrayed his sorrow. "Thank you, Eurylochus. Your loyalty means more to me than you know." They stood in silence for a moment, the waves lapping gently against the hull. Finally, Eurylochus spoke again. "What lies ahead?" Odysseus sighed, his expression hardening. "The island of Thrinacia. Circe warned me of its dangers. The cattle of Helios graze there, and we must not harm them. To do so would bring the wrath of the gods upon us." Eurylochus frowned. "Then perhaps we should avoid the island altogether." Odysseus shook his head. "We cannot. The men are weary, and the ship is in need of repairs. We will stop, but only for as long as necessary. I will make it clear that no harm must come to the cattle." Eurylochus nodded, though his unease was evident. "As you say, my lord." As night fell, the ship sailed onward, the stars above providing a sense of direction and hope. Odysseus remained at the helm, his thoughts a whirlwind of plans and prayers. He knew the journey was far from over, and that the trials ahead would test them all in ways they could not yet imagine. The distant outline of Thrinacia came into view as the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sea. The island seemed peaceful, its rolling hills dotted with grazing cattle that gleamed like polished ivory. But Odysseus felt no comfort as he gazed upon it. He knew that appearances could be deceiving, and that this place, like the ones before it, would demand its price. The ship drifted slowly toward the shores of Thrinacia, the golden light of dawn bathing the island in an ethereal glow. From the deck, the men could see the herds of cattle grazing peacefully on the rolling hills, their movements serene and untroubled. The sight should have inspired relief after the trials they had endured, but Odysseus felt only unease. Circe's warning echoed in his mind. The cattle of Helios were sacred, untouchable, and to harm them would invite the wrath of the sun god himself. As the ship neared the shore, Odysseus turned to his men, gathering them together on the deck. Their faces were weary but hopeful, eager for rest and respite after the harrowing passage through the straits. He could see the toll their journey had taken, bruises, cuts, and haunted eyes that spoke of lost comrades and lingering fears. "My brothers," he began, his voice firm but kind, "we have reached the island of Thrinacia, a place where we may find shelter and the chance to recover our strength. But you must listen to me carefully. The cattle you see grazing on the hills belong to the god Helios. They are sacred, and under no circumstances must they be harmed. Swear to me now that you will respect this warning." The men exchanged uneasy glances, their gazes drifting toward the island. Eurylochus stepped forward, his expression skeptical. "My lord, the men are hungry, and our provisions are nearly gone. How can we resist such a temptation when the gods themselves seem to mock our suffering with this abundance?" Odysseus fixed him with a steely gaze. "We have faced greater trials than hunger, Eurylochus. Remember the fate of those who succumb to the lotus, eaters, or the wrath of Poseidon. The gods do not mock us, they test us, and we will endure as we always have." There was a murmur of agreement among the men. Though some looked less convinced, Odysseus pressed on. "We will rest here for no longer than is necessary. There are fish in the sea, fruits on the trees, and water in the streams. These will sustain us until we can continue our journey. But hear me. Adhere me. Anyone who harms the cattle will bring doom upon us all." The men nodded reluctantly, and Odysseus felt a flicker of hope that his words had reached them. As the ship anchored, he gave orders for the crew to set up camp near the shore, away from the grazing cattle. The men moved quickly, eager to stretch their legs and feel solid ground beneath their feet. Tents were erected, and a fire was lit, its smoke curling into the sky. For a time, the island seemed to offer exactly what they needed. The streams were clear and cool, the trees heavy with ripe fruit, and the fish plentiful in the shallow waters near the shore. The men began to relax, their spirits lifting as they ate and rested. Even Odysseus allowed himself a brief moment of respite, though his mind remained vigilant. As night fell, the camp settled into a peaceful rhythm. The men gathered around the fire, sharing stories and laughter that felt almost foreign after so many days of tension and fear. Odysseus sat apart, his gaze fixed on the distant hills where the cattle roamed. The sight of them, so calm and unguarded, filled him with unease. He knew how easily temptation could sway even the strongest of men, and he resolved to keep watch through the night. Eurylochus approached him, carrying a water skin. "You should rest." "My lord," he said, offering the drink, "the men will do as you've commanded. You've earned a moment of peace." Odysseus took the water skin but shook his head. "Peace is a fragile thing, Eurylochus. It can shatter in an instant. I will rest when we are back on the sea." Eurylochus hesitated, then nodded and returned to the fire. Odysseus remained awake, his senses attuned to every sound and movement in the camp. The hours passed slowly, the quiet of the island broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant lowing of the cattle. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Odysseus allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. They had made it through the night without incident. But as the days wore on, the mood in the camp began to shift. The men grew restless, their initial gratitude for the island's bounty giving way to frustration. The fruit and fish, once a welcome reprieve, became monotonous, and the sight of the cattle grazing just beyond their reach became an unbearable taunt. Odysseus saw it in their eyes, the way their gazes lingered on the herds, their hands twitching toward their weapons. Eurylochus was the first to voice what many were thinking. "My lord, how long must we deny ourselves? The cattle are here, plentiful and unguarded. Surely one or two would not anger the gods." Odysseus's temper flared, but he kept his voice calm. "Did you not swear an oath, Eurylochus? Do you value your hunger more than your life? The gods see all, and Helios will not forgive such an offense." Eurylochus scowled but said no more. Still, Odysseus could feel the tension growing, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. He doubled his efforts to keep the men occupied, organizing hunts for fish and excursions to gather fruit. But the temptation of the cattle hung over them like a shadow. Then came the storm. Dark clouds rolled in suddenly, the wind howling as rain lashed the island. The sea became a churning maelstrom, making departure impossible. Days turned into weeks as the crew remained stranded, their provisions dwindling, and their patience wearing thin. Odysseus tried to keep their spirits up, but he could see the desperation taking hold. One night, as the storm raged overhead, Eurylochus gathered a group of men around the fire. Odysseus, exhausted from keeping watch, had finally allowed himself to sleep, and his absence emboldened the dissenters. "How much longer will we suffer?" Eurylochus demanded, his voice rising above the wind. "Are we to starve while those beasts roam free, fat and plentiful? Odysseus speaks of the gods, but where are they now? Do they send us aid? No? They leave us to die?" The men murmured in agreement, their resolve weakening under the weight of their hunger and despair. Eurylochus seized the moment, his eyes gleaming with conviction. "I say we take what we need. Helios may be a god, but what is a god to starving men? Let him strike us down if he dares." Spurred on by his words, the men rose, their decision made. They crept toward the hills, their weapons in hand, as the rain poured down in torrents. The cattle, unaccustomed to threats, did not flee as the men approached. It was over in moments. Spears thrust, blood spilled, and the lifeless bodies of the sacred cattle dragged back to the camp. Odysseus awoke to the smell of roasting meat, his heart sinking as he realized what had happened. He burst from his tent, rain soaking his clothes as he confronted the men around the fire. Eurylochus met his gaze defiantly, a strip of meat hanging from his hand. "You betrayed me," Odysseus said, his voice low and filled with fury. "You betrayed us all." Eurylochus sneered. "We did what we had to do. You would have let us starve." Before Odysseus could respond, a deafening crack of thunder split the air. The storm intensified, the wind howling with an unnatural ferocity. The ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble, and a blinding light pierced the sky as the voice of Helios thundered from above. "You have defiled my sacred cattle," the god roared. "For this you will pay dearly. I shall ensure your doom, and none shall escape my wrath." The men froze in terror, their defiance evaporating in the face of divine fury. Odysseus felt his heart sink as he realized the full weight of what had been done. The wrath of a god was not easily escaped, and the consequences of this betrayal would follow them to the ends of the earth. The storm raged on as the ship, now cursed, sat anchored in the turbulent waters. Odysseus could only watch as the men, their bellies full but their fates sealed, huddled together in fear. He knew the journey ahead would be darker than anything they had faced before, and he prayed to the gods for guidance, knowing that only a miracle could save them now. The dawn broke over Thrinacia with an eerie stillness. The storm had subsided, but the island seemed to hold its breath, as if mourning the sacrilege committed by Odysseus's men. The air was thick with tension, and even the birds that had once filled the mornings with their songs were silent. Odysseus stood at the edge of the camp, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the sea remained unnervingly calm. The taste of despair lingered on his tongue, mingling with the sour knowledge of what his crew had done. The men avoided his eyes, guilt etched into their faces. They huddled in small groups, speaking in hushed tones, their once defiant spirits now crushed under the weight of Helios's curse. The remnants of their feast still lingered, bones scattered near the extinguished fire, the grease-stained earth a grim reminder of their betrayal. Odysseus' stomach churned every time his gaze fell on the evidence, a bitter anger welling up inside him. Yet he knew there was no use in chastising them further. The punishment would come, not from him, but from the gods. As the hours dragged on, the men began to prepare the ship for departure. They moved sluggishly, their strength sapped by both the storm and their unease. Odysseus directed them with curt commands, his tone devoid of the camaraderie that had once bonded them. He felt a growing sense of foreboding, as if unseen eyes were watching their every move, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The ship was finally ready to set sail, its patched sails taut in the gentle breeze. The crew boarded in silence, their usual banter replaced by a heavy quiet. Odysseus took his place at the helm, his hands gripping the wheel as he steered the ship away from the cursed shores of Thrinacia. The island grew smaller in the distance, its golden hills fading into the horizon, but the weight of what had transpired remained. For a time, the sea was calm, the gentle lapping of the waves against the hull providing a fragile sense of peace. The men dared to hope that perhaps the wrath of Helios had been tempered, that the worst was behind them. But Odysseus knew better. The gods were not so easily appeased, and their vengeance, when it came, would be swift and merciless. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the first signs of trouble began to manifest. The breeze, which had been steady and cooling, suddenly died, leaving the ship adrift in a suffocating stillness. The water became unnaturally still, its surface like a mirror reflecting cloudless sky. The men looked around nervously, their unease growing with each passing moment. "My lord," Eurylochus said hesitantly, approaching Odysseus, "what is happening? Why has the wind abandoned us?" Odysseus did not answer immediately. He stared out at the horizon, his jaw clenched as the realization settled over him. This was no natural calm. It was the silence before the storm, the lull that marked the arrival of divine retribution. Before he could respond, a low rumble began to echo across the sea. It was distant at first, like the growl of a waking beast, but it grew louder, more menacing, until it seemed to come from all directions. The men clutched the sides of the ship, their eyes wide with terror, as the sound reverberated through their bones. Then, without warning, the sea erupted. A massive wave surged toward the ship, towering above them like a wall of liquid fury. The men scrambled to secure the ropes and brace themselves, their shouts barely audible over the deafening roar of the water. Odysseus gripped the wheel, his muscles straining as he fought to keep the ship steady. "Hold fast," he bellowed. "Do not let go." The wave crashed into the ship, drenching the crew and nearly capsizing the vessel. The men clung to whatever they could, their knuckles white as they fought to stay aboard. The ship groaned under the strain, its timbers creaking ominously as it righted itself. But the respite was brief. Another wave followed, and then another, each more powerful than the last. The sky darkened as storm clouds rolled in, swirling chaotically above them. Lightning forked across the heavens, illuminating the terrified faces of the crew. Thunder boomed, shaking the very air, and the rain began to fall in sheets, stinging their skin and blinding their eyes. Odysseus shouted orders, his voice barely carrying over the chaos. "Secure the sails. Bail out the water. Stay together." The men obeyed as best they could, but the storm was relentless. The ship was tossed like a toy on the raging sea, its bow rising and falling with each massive wave. Water poured over the sides, soaking the deck and threatening to drag them under. The men worked furiously, their fear giving them strength as they bailed out the water and tightened the ropes. But the wrath of Helios was not yet spent. A blinding flash of light split the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the mast, splintering it in an explosion of wood and fire. The men cried out in despair as the mast toppled, crushing one of the oars and sending sparks flying across the deck. Odysseus shielded his face from the debris, his mind racing as he assessed the damage. The ship was crippled, its main source of propulsion gone, and the storm showed no signs of abating. He knew they were at the mercy of the gods now, their fates hanging by a thread. As the storm reached its peak, the sea began to churn violently, forming a massive whirlpool that threatened to swallow the ship whole. The men clung to the railing, their eyes wide with terror as the vessel was pulled toward the swirling vortex. Odysseus gritted his teeth, his hands white-knuckled on the wheel as he tried to steer them away from the maelstrom. But it was no use. The whirlpool was too powerful, its pull inexorable. The ship tilted dangerously, its bow dipping into the vortex as the men screamed in panic. Odysseus shouted for them to hold on, but his words were drowned out by the roar of the water. One by one, the men were swept overboard, their cries fading into the chaos. Odysseus watched helplessly as his crew was claimed by the sea, his heart breaking with each life lost. He clung to the wheel, determined to fight until the very end, but the ship was no match for the fury of the gods. The vessel splintered and cracked, its timbers breaking apart as it was pulled deeper into the whirlpool. Odysseus was thrown into the water, the icy waves closing over his head as he fought to stay afloat. The remains of the ship swirled around him, fragments of wood and rope caught in the relentless current. He kicked furiously, his lungs burning as he struggled to break the surface. When he finally emerged, gasping for air, he found himself alone. The whirlpool had consumed everything: his ship, his crew, his hopes of a safe journey home. All that remained was the endless expanse of the sea and the wrath of the gods above. Clinging to a piece of driftwood, Odysseus floated in the open water, his body battered and his spirit nearly broken. The storm began to subside, the winds dying down and the waves growing calmer, as if satisfied that justice had been served. The sky cleared, revealing a pale moon that cast its light over the desolate scene. Exhausted and adrift, Odysseus closed his eyes, his thoughts filled with the faces of his lost comrades. He did not know how long he would survive in the vast, unyielding sea, but he resolved to endure. The gods had not claimed him yet, and as long as he drew breath, he would continue his journey. With a faint glimmer of hope flickering in his heart, he let the current carry him, the stars above his only guide as he drifted toward an uncertain fate. The waves lapped softly against Odysseus's makeshift raft, their gentleness a cruel contrast to the violent tempest that had claimed his crew and ship. His body was weak, his muscles aching from the relentless struggle to stay afloat, and the salt water burned every cut and scrape on his skin. The sun hung high in the sky, its unyielding heat beating down on him. As he clung to the broken timber that had saved his life, he was utterly alone, adrift in the vast, unyielding expanse of the sea. He forced his eyes open, blinking against the blinding sunlight. The horizon stretched endlessly in every direction, offering no hint of land. He had no sense of how much time had passed since the storm had subsided. Hours, days. Hunger gnawed at his belly, and his throat was parched from the saltwater spray. His thoughts, disjointed and weary, drifted to Ithaca, to Penelope and Telemachus. The vision of his wife weaving at her loom, her hands steady and graceful, became his anchor in the emptiness. A gull's cry pulled him from his reverie, the sound sharp and unexpected. He squinted into the distance and saw the faint outline of land, a dark smudge against the endless blue of the horizon. A surge of hope coursed through him, giving him the strength to grip the raft more firmly. He adjusted his position, kicking his legs to guide the timber toward the shore. The movement sent sharp pain through his limbs, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on, the promise of solid ground propelling him forward. The hours passed in a blur of effort and exhaustion. As the shoreline grew clearer, Odysseus could make out the contours of a rocky beach bordered by cliffs that rose steeply into the sky. The waves carried him closer, their rhythm steady and soothing, until at last the raft scraped against the sand. He released his grip and collapsed onto the shore, the coarse grains sticking to his skin as he gasped for breath. For a long time he lay there, unmoving, the sensation of solid ground beneath him both foreign and comforting. The sound of the waves lapping at the shore filled his ears, accompanied by the distant cries of seabirds. When he finally mustered the strength to sit up, he surveyed his surroundings. The beach was narrow, hemmed in by jagged cliffs that cast long shadows over the sand. Beyond the cliffs, he could see the tops of trees swaying gently in the breeze, their emerald leaves glinting in the sunlight. Odysseus pushed himself to his feet, his legs trembling as he stood. He knew he needed water and food, and the island's greenery suggested there might be streams or fruit trees inland. He gathered his tattered garments around him, his once proud appearance reduced to that of a castaway, and began to climb the rocky path that wound up the cliffs. The climb was arduous, his hands and feet scraping against the sharp rocks as he ascended. By the time he reached the top, his breath was ragged and sweat dripped from his brow. But the view that greeted him took his breath away. The island stretched out before him, a lush and verdant paradise. Rolling hills dotted with wildflowers gave way to dense forests, their canopies alive with the rustling of leaves and the calls of unseen creatures. In the distance, he could see the glimmer of a stream winding its way through the landscape, its waters shimmering like liquid silver. Odysseus made his way toward the stream, his steps slow and deliberate. When he reached the water's edge, he fell to his knees and cupped his hands, drinking deeply. The cool, clean water soothed his parched throat and restored some of his strength. He splashed his face and arms, washing away the grime of the sea, and sat back to catch his breath. As he rested, his mind turned to the question of where he had landed. The island was unlike any he had encountered before, its beauty unmarred by signs of human habitation. He wondered if it was a place of safety or danger, a sanctuary or a trap. The gods had not been kind to him thus far, and he knew better than to trust appearances. His musings were interrupted by the sound of rustling in the underbrush. He tensed, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of a sword that was no longer at his side. The foliage parted and a figure emerged. A young woman, her form both ethereal and grounded, as if she were part of the land itself. Her hair cascaded in waves of gold, and her eyes were the color of the sea on a calm day. She regarded him with curiosity, her expression unreadable. "You are not from this place," she said, her voice melodic and calm. Odysseus straightened, his posture wary but respectful. "I am a traveler," he replied. "I have been cast adrift by the will of the gods and have come ashore here by chance." The woman tilted her head, as if weighing his words. "The will of the gods is seldom random," she said. "Tell me, who are you, traveler?" "I'm Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca," he said, his voice steady despite his weariness. "I have journeyed far and endured much in my quest to return home." Her expression softened at his words. "You speak truthfully," she said. "I am Calypso, daughter of Atlas, and this is my home. You are welcome here, Odysseus of Ithaca." She gestured for him to follow her, and he hesitated for only a moment before complying. Together they walked through the forest, the path winding beneath the canopy of trees. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of blooming flowers and damp earth. Calypso led him to a clearing where a modest dwelling stood, its walls entwined with vines and its roof thatched with leaves. Inside, the space was simple but inviting, with a hearth at its center and shelves lined with jars of herbs and other provisions. Calypso busied herself with preparing food, her movements graceful and efficient. She placed a plate of fruits and bread before him, along with a goblet of water. "Eat," she said. "You must regain your strength." Odysseus offered her a grateful nod and began to eat, savoring the sweetness of the fruit and the softness of the bread. As he ate, Calypso watched him, her gaze thoughtful. "You have endured much," she said. "Your journey has left its mark on you." Odysseus paused, his thoughts returning to his lost crew and the trials he had faced. "The gods have tested me," he said, "but I will not give up. I must return to Ithaca." Calypso's expression grew somber. "The path you seek is fraught with danger," she said, "and yet you are here now, in a place where you may find peace. Why not remain? Here you will want for nothing." Her words hung in the air, tempting and dangerous. Odysseus met her gaze, his resolve unshaken. "I am grateful for your kindness, but my heart belongs to Ithaca. My wife, my son, they wait for me. I cannot abandon them." Calypso sighed, a trace of sadness in her eyes. "You are a man of great loyalty, Odysseus. Few would refuse what I offer, but I see that your spirit cannot be swayed." She rose and stepped to the window, her gaze distant. "Rest for now," she said. "The sea will not yield its secrets easily, and you will need all your strength to face what lies ahead." Odysseus nodded, his body weary but his mind clear. He knew his time on the island was only a pause in his journey, a brief respite before the next trial. Yet, as he lay down to sleep, he could not help but wonder what price the gods would demand next and how much more he could endure. The song of the waves echoed faintly in his ears as he drifted into a restless slumber, the image of Ithaca a constant beacon in the darkness of his dreams. Days turned into weeks as Odysseus remained on Calypso's island. The once ferocious ache of his muscles eased, and the wounds that marked his body began to heal. The island itself seemed to nourish him. The air was rich with the scent of flowers, the water from its streams cool and pure, and the food abundant. Calypso tended to him with a gentle care, her presence both soothing and disquieting. She moved through the days with an effortless grace, her golden hair catching the sunlight as she went about her tasks. Yet, for all the beauty and comfort the island offered, Odysseus's heart remained restless. Each sunrise brought with it a pang of longing for Ithaca, a longing that even the most serene of Calypso's songs could not quiet. At night, he would sit on the shore, staring out at the vast expanse of the sea, his thoughts filled with Penelope and Telemachus. The stars above seemed like distant, indifferent gods, their cold light a reminder of how far he had to go. Calypso often joined him in these quiet moments, her presence soft and unintrusive. She would sit beside him, her gaze fixed on the horizon as if searching for answers in the endless blue. "You think of them often," she said one evening, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Your wife, your son, they are a part of you." Odysseus nodded, his jaw tight. "They are my home, my reason." Calypso's eyes glimmered with a sadness she did not voice. "What if they are gone?" she asked after a pause. "What if time has carried them away, as it does with all things?" Odysseus's heart clenched at the thought, but he shook his head firmly. "I must believe they endure. If I lose that hope, I lose myself." Calypso was silent for a moment, then turned to him, her expression unreadable. "I could offer you something greater," she said. "I could make you immortal, Odysseus. Here, with me, you would never know pain or loss again. You would be free of the gods' wrath, free to live as you please." Her words hung in the air, tempting and terrible. Odysseus met her gaze, the weight of her offer pressing against him. Immortality, the escape from the cruel grip of time and the endless trials of fate. It was a gift many would accept without hesitation. Yet, the image of Penelope weaving at her loom and Telemachus standing at the threshold of manhood burned in his mind. "My heart belongs to Ithaca," he said, his voice steady. "To my wife and my son. No gift, however great, could replace them." Calypso's expression softened, and she looked away. "You are a rare man, Odysseus," she said quietly. "Few would refuse what I offer." The days continued in their tranquil rhythm, but Odysseus felt the pull of time more acutely with each passing moment. He began to search for ways to leave the island, his mind consumed by the challenge of building a vessel capable of crossing the open sea. Calypso watched him from a distance, her sorrow evident but unspoken. One morning, as Odysseus worked to fell a tree for timber, Calypso approached him. She stood silently for a moment, her golden hair catching the dappled sunlight that filtered through the leaves. "I will not stop you," she said finally, her voice steady but tinged with sadness. "If it is your wish to leave, I will help you." Odysseus turned to her, surprised by her words. "You would do that? Knowing that I may never return." Calypso nodded. "I love you, Odysseus, and love, true love, is not possession. It is the willingness to let go even when it breaks your heart." Her words struck a chord in him, and for a moment he saw her not as a goddess or a captor, but as a woman burdened by her own loneliness. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his gratitude evident in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply. Together, they began the work of building a raft. Calypso guided him to the best trees, her knowledge of the island's resources proving invaluable. Odysseus crafted the raft with care, binding the timber with sturdy ropes made from vines and fashioning a mast from the strongest branch he could find. Calypso provided supplies for the journey, jars of fresh water, fruits, and dried meats, and a finely woven sail that she herself had made. When the raft was complete, it stood on the beach like a promise, its simple design a testament to their combined efforts. Odysseus looked upon it with a mixture of pride and trepidation, knowing the challenges that awaited him beyond the safety of the island. The morning of his departure arrived, and the island seemed to hold its breath. The waves lapped gently at the shore, the sky above clear and bright. Odysseus stood by the raft, his supplies securely fastened, as Calypso approached him one last time. "You have everything you need," she said, her voice calm but heavy with emotion. "The winds will be favorable, and the sea will guide you." Odysseus nodded, his gratitude evident in his expression. "I owe you more than I can say." He replied, "I will not forget your kindness." Calypso hesitated, then stepped closer, her gaze meeting his. "Take this," she said, pressing a small, intricately carved amulet into his hand. "It will protect you from harm, as much as any charm can. The gods may be cruel, but there are forces older than they, and this carries their blessing." Odysseus accepted the amulet, its cool surface smooth against his palm. He slipped it around his neck, the weight of it both comforting and symbolic. "Farewell, Calypso," he said, his voice steady despite the lump in his throat. She watched as he pushed the raft into the water, her golden hair catching the sunlight like a crown. As the raft drifted from the shore, Odysseus turned back once, catching a final glimpse of her standing alone on the beach, her figure growing smaller as the distance between them widened. The sea stretched endlessly before him, its vastness both daunting and liberating. The winds filled the sail, propelling the raft forward as Odysseus adjusted the rudder. He felt the familiar pull of the ocean, its rhythm a reminder of the countless miles he had traveled. Yet for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt a flicker of hope. He was moving forward, closer to Ithaca, closer to home. The day passed in relative calm, the waves gentle and the sun warm on his skin. As night fell, the stars emerged, their patterns a map that guided his course. Odysseus rested briefly, his body weary, but his mind alert. He knew the sea was unpredictable, its tranquility often a prelude to chaos. As dawn broke, a shadow appeared on the horizon, growing larger as the raft drew closer. It was a ship, its sails billowing in the wind, and Odysseus's heart quickened. He raised his hand in greeting, hoping that the vessel carried allies rather than foes. But as the ship approached, he saw the figures on its deck, formidable, armored, and armed. His heart sank as he realized he was not yet free of the gods' tests. The sea, once his ally, now seemed to churn with anticipation, as if eager to witness what would unfold next. Odysseus gripped the rudder tightly, his resolve unbroken even in the face of this new challenge. The ship loomed closer, its dark hull slicing through the waves with ominous precision. The figures aboard grew clearer, their armor glinting in the sunlight, their movements purposeful and deliberate. Odysseus's hand tightened on the rudder of his raft as he weighed his options. He was alone, unarmed, and vulnerable, his makeshift vessel no match for the heavily armed ship bearing down on him. The sea offered no refuge. To abandon the raft and take to the water would be suicidal. The distance to any shore was far too great. He straightened his posture, his mind racing as he prepared himself for whatever was to come. His name, once a badge of honor, had become a curse in many parts of the world. Allies were rare, and enemies plentiful. As the ship drew alongside his raft, a commanding voice rang out. "You there, castaway, who are you, and what business do you have adrift in these waters?" Odysseus shielded his eyes from the glare of the sun as he looked up. The man addressing him was tall and broad-shouldered, his helmet adorned with a plume that marked him as a figure of authority. His tone carried the weight of someone used to being obeyed. "I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca," he called back, his voice steady despite the tension coiling in his chest. "I am a traveler, cast adrift by the whims of the gods." At his name, a ripple of reaction passed through the crew aboard the ship. Some exchanged uneasy glances, while others muttered under their breath. The name Odysseus carried with it tales of both heroism and cunning, and not all who heard it considered it a blessing. The captain regarded him with a measured expression. "Odysseus, you say?" The same Odysseus of the Trojan War, the same who angered Poseidon and left a trail of ruin in his wake. "The very same," Odysseus replied, his tone tinged with a mixture of defiance and resignation. "If it is my deeds that you judge, know that they were done in the name of survival and the will of the gods." The captain gestured for the crew to lower a rope ladder over the side of the ship. "Climb aboard, Odysseus. Let us speak face to face. Odysseus hesitated for only a moment before grasping the ladder. His muscles protested as he hauled himself upward, the exertion reminding him of how much the journey had taken from him. When he reached the deck, he was surrounded by armed men, their weapons sheathed but their stances wary. The captain stepped forward, his sharp eyes studying Odysseus. "I am Damocin, captain of this ship and servant of the gods. You will tell me why you drift alone in the open sea and why the gods have abandoned you." Odysseus straightened, meeting Damocin's gaze. "I have been cursed by Poseidon, punished for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. My crew is lost, my ship destroyed, and yet I endure. I seek only to return to my home in Ithaca." Damocin's expression remained unreadable as he considered Odysseus's words. Finally, he gestured for one of his men to bring water and food. "You look as though you've not eaten in days. Sit and recover your strength. Then we will decide what to do with you." The crew dispersed, some resuming their duties while others lingered, their eyes darting toward Odysseus with curiosity and suspicion. He accepted the offering of food and water, consuming it with measured gratitude. The taste of bread, coarse but hearty, was a reminder of how long he had gone without such simple sustenance. As he ate, Damocin seated himself across from him, his armored presence commanding. "Tell me, Odysseus, why should I believe your story? The gods do not punish lightly. If they have turned against you, what reason do I have to trust you?" Odysseus set the bread aside, his gaze steady. "You may trust me or not, as you see fit, but know this. I have endured trials beyond imagining, not for glory or riches, but for the chance to see my wife and son again. The gods test me, but they do not break me." Damocin regarded him for a long moment before nodding. "You speak with conviction. I will grant you passage aboard my ship, but you must prove your worth. My crew does not follow blindly, and they will not abide a freeloader." Odysseus inclined his head. "I will do whatever is required." The days aboard the ship passed in a haze of toil and observation. Odysseus worked alongside the crew, his hands blistered from hauling ropes and scrubbing the deck. The men, initially wary of him, began to warm to his presence as he proved himself capable and uncomplaining. His cunning and resourcefulness did not go unnoticed, and even Damocin seemed to regard him with a grudging respect. The sea remained calm, the ship's progress steady. But Odysseus's unease grew with each passing day. He could not shake the feeling that his trials were far from over, that the gods were merely waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He spent his nights staring at the stars, their familiar patterns a bittersweet reminder of Ithaca. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the lookout called down from the crow's nest. "Captain, there's something in the water." Damocin and Odysseus rushed to the bow, where the crew had gathered. In the fading light, they saw it. A massive shadow moving beneath the waves, its shape indistinct but undeniably immense. The water churned around it, frothing and bubbling, as if the sea itself recoiled from its presence. "What is it?" one of the crewmen whispered, his voice trembling. Damascen's expression hardened. A sea beast, perhaps one of Poseidon's creations, sent to test us. The shadow rose closer to the surface, and a great serpentine head broke through the waves. Its eyes glowed with a sinister light, and its maw opened to reveal rows of jagged teeth. The crew erupted into chaos, shouting orders and scrambling for weapons. Odysseus stepped forward, his voice cutting through the panic. "Steady yourselves. Do not give in to fear." The men hesitated, their eyes darting between him and the monstrous creature. Damascen drew his sword, his stance firm. "What do you suggest, Odysseus?" "This is no ordinary beast." Odysseus's mind raced, his sharp intellect searching for a solution. The creature was massive, its strength unmatched, but he had faced monsters before. He turned to the crew. "Bring the strongest harpoons we have, and ropes to bind them. If we cannot kill it, we will drive it away." The men moved quickly, their trust in Odysseus outweighing their terror. As the beast circled the ship, its tail lashing the water with violent force, Odysseus and Damascen worked together to prepare the harpoons. They coated the tips in oil and set them alight, the flames casting an eerie glow over the deck. "Wait for my signal," Odysseus instructed, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. The creature surged forward, its massive jaws snapping inches from the ship's hull. Odysseus gave the signal, and the crew launched the flaming harpoons, their aim true. The projectile struck the beast's thick hide, the flames searing its flesh. It let out a deafening roar, thrashing the water as it tried to dislodge the weapons. "Now, throw the ropes," Odysseus shouted. The crew hurled the ropes, their ends weighted with iron hooks. They caught on the harpoons, and the men pulled with all their strength, driving the weapons deeper into the beast's flesh. The creature writhed in agony, its movements growing more erratic as the fire consumed it. At last, with a final furious roar, it sank beneath the waves, leaving behind a trail of blood and charred flesh. The crew erupted into cheers, their fear replaced by triumph. Damascen clapped a hand on Odysseus's shoulder, his expression one of genuine respect. "You have earned your place among us, Odysseus," he said. "The gods may test you, but they have not abandoned you." Odysseus allowed himself a brief smile, though his heart remained heavy. The victory was hard won, but he knew it was only a reprieve. The sea still stretched endlessly before him, and the god's wrath was far from sated. As the ship sailed onward, he steeled himself for the trials yet to come, his thoughts ever fixed on the distant shores of Ithaca. Following the defeat of the sea beast were filled with an uneasy calm. The crew worked tirelessly to repair the damage the creature had inflicted on the ship, their spirits buoyed by their survival, but tempered by the lingering tension that hung over them. The sea, vast and endless, seemed to stretch in every direction like a reminder of their fragility. Odysseus kept a close eye on the horizon, his mind restless as he anticipated the next trial the gods would throw their way. Damascen, ever the stoic leader, had grown warmer toward Odysseus. The two often spoke in quiet moments, their conversations ranging from strategy to tales of home. For Damocin, home was a small village far removed from the grandeur of Ithaca, but his longing for it mirrored Odysseus's own. The bond they shared was born of mutual respect. Though it was clear that Damocin remained wary of the divine forces that seemed to shadow Odysseus. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of fire and gold, Odysseus stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the water. The stars began to emerge, faint pinpricks of light that would soon form the constellations he had come to rely on for guidance. He traced their familiar patterns, letting their quiet presence soothe the storm within him. "You look like a man lost in thought," Damocin said, approaching with a goblet of watered wine. He offered it to Odysseus, who accepted with a nod of thanks. "I'm always lost in thought," Odysseus admitted, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "The sea leaves little else to occupy the mind." Damocin chuckled, taking a sip from his own goblet. "And what occupies yours tonight?" "Ithaca, as always." Odysseus nodded, his expression turning somber. "Ithaca, Penelope, Telemachus. They are my North Star, my reason for enduring all this, but I cannot help wondering what awaits me there. How much has changed in my absence? Will they even recognize the man I've become?" Damocin studied him for a moment before placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "The man you've become is a man who inspires loyalty, who overcomes trials that would break most others. If Ithaca still stands, it will welcome you as its king." Odysseus offered a faint smile, but his heart remained heavy. The specter of time weighed on him, its relentless march, an enemy he could not outwit. As night deepened, the crew settled into their routines, some taking to their bunks, while others stood watch. The ship cut through the calm waters, its sails full and its course steady. Odysseus allowed himself a rare moment of rest, leaning against the railing as the rhythmic sound of the waves lulled his thoughts. He was just beginning to drift into a light doze when a strange sound reached his ears. A faint melody carried on the wind. It was soft at first, almost imperceptible, but it grew louder with each passing moment. The notes were hauntingly beautiful, weaving a tapestry of sorrow and longing that sent a chill down his spine. He straightened, his senses sharpening as he scanned the horizon. Damocin joined him moments later, his expression tense. "Do you hear it?" he asked, his voice low. Odysseus nodded, his hand instinctively moving to the amulet Calypso had given him. "It's not the sirens again. This is something different." The crew began to stir, their unease evident as the melody filled the air. The song was unlike anything Odysseus had encountered before, neither human nor divine, its origins shrouded in mystery. It seemed to seep into the very fabric of the ship, resonating in the wood and sails, and its effect on the men was immediate. Some fell to their knees, their faces slack with awe, while others clutched their heads as if in pain. "Steady yourselves," Damocin barked, his voice cutting through the enchantment. "Do not let this song overpower you." Odysseus moved quickly, helping the men regain their footing and snapping them out of their trances. He knew they could not afford to succumb to whatever force was at work. The ship was still underway, but the wind had shifted, pushing them toward a shadowy landmass that had appeared on the horizon. "That wasn't there before," Damocin muttered, his eyes narrowing. Odysseus nodded grimly. "The gods are at work again. This island is no accident." As the ship drew closer, the details of the landmass came into view. It was shrouded in mist, its rocky shores lined with jagged cliffs that jutted out like the teeth of a great beast. The melody grew louder, more insistent, as if urging them to come closer. Odysseus felt its pull, a magnetic force that tugged at his very soul. But he resisted, his grip on the railing tightening. "We have no choice but to land," he said, his voice resolute. "The wind won't let us steer clear." Damocin hesitated, then nodded. "Very well. But we proceed with caution. Whatever awaits us here, it is not friendly." The ship navigated carefully toward a narrow inlet, its crew working in tense silence. The melody seemed to shift as they neared the shore, its tones growing sharper, more discordant. By the time the ship dropped anchor, the air was thick with an unnatural energy, and even the seasoned sailors hesitated to disembark. Odysseus led the way, his feet crunching on the rocky shore as he stepped onto the island. The ground beneath him felt strange, almost alive, as if it pulsed with the same rhythm as the melody that filled the air. The mist swirled around them, obscuring their vision and muffling their movements. "This place is cursed," one of the crewmen muttered, his voice trembling. "Keep your wits about you," Odysseus said firmly. "Stay close and do not stray from the group." They moved cautiously inland, the mist parting slightly to reveal a dense forest of twisted, gnarled trees. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and the ground was littered with bones, animal and human alike. The song seemed to emanate from deeper within the forest, drawing them forward despite their fear. As they pressed on, the trees began to thin, giving way to a clearing dominated by a massive stone altar. The structure was ancient, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. At its center stood a figure cloaked in shadow, its form indistinct but menacing. "Who dares trespass on my island?" the figure demanded, its voice a blend of many tones, each more chilling than the last. Odysseus stepped forward, his chin raised defiantly. "I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca. We mean no disrespect, but we were driven here by forces beyond our control." The figure laughed, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. "Odysseus," it said, drawing out his name, "the man who defies gods and monsters alike. You have stumbled into my domain, and for that, you will pay a price." The runes on the altar flared brighter, and the ground beneath them trembled. The crew drew their weapons, forming a defensive circle as the figure began to advance. "I will not be another pawn in the gods' games," Odysseus declared, his voice steady despite the fear clawing at him. If you seek a fight, you will find I am no stranger to battle." The figure paused, its form shifting as if reconsidering. "You are bold, Odysseus," it said. "Very well. Let us see if your courage is matched by your cunning. If you wish to leave this island alive, you must solve my riddle." The tension in the air was palpable as the figure's words hung in the silence. Odysseus stepped closer, his mind already racing. "Speak your riddle," he said. The figure's shadowy face seemed to smile. "Answer true, and you may go free. Fail, and you will remain here, part of my collection." The melody in the air shifted once more, becoming a low hum as the figure began to speak its riddle. The crew watched with bated breath, their fate resting on Odysseus's ability to unravel the challenge before him. The gods, ever watchful, seemed to lean closer, their unseen presence a weight on Odysseus's shoulders as he prepared to match wits with the unknown force that held them captive. The figure's voice rang out, smooth and resonant, carrying an eerie calm that contrasted with the unease gripping Odysseus and his men. The words of the riddle rolled off its unseen tongue like ancient poetry, their meaning layered and complex. "Here I stand with neither breath nor life, yet I hold the power to end strife. Shaped by hands but never born, I weather storms, endure the scorn. What am I?" The clearing fell silent, the faint hum of the melody now barely audible as Odysseus stepped forward. His mind worked quickly, dissecting each line of the riddle, seeking patterns and clues hidden in its structure. He had faced countless challenges of wit before, but this felt different. The stakes were not just his life, but those of his crew who stood frozen behind him, their breaths shallow with tension. Damazon whispered behind him, his voice barely audible, "Do you know the answer?" Odysseus raised a hand to silence him, his gaze fixed on the glowing runes of the altar as if the answer might reveal itself there. The first line struck him. Either breath nor life. The answer was not a living thing. It must be an object, something created. The second line, the power to end strife, hinted at something with purpose, perhaps even symbolism. Shaped by hands, he muttered under his breath. The pieces began to fall into place. His thoughts turned to the artifacts of men, things crafted to endure the harshness of the world, things imbued with meaning but not life. His mind circled the possibilities. A weapon, a tool, something unyielding yet finite. "I have your answer," he said finally, his voice steady. The figure tilted its shadowed head, a gesture that seemed to signal intrigue. "Speak, Odysseus, son of Laertes." "A stone," he said, his tone resolute. "Shaped by the hands of nature or man, it neither breathes nor lives. It endures storms and trials, and in its simplicity it can end strife, whether through its use as a weapon or the foundation it provides." The figure was silent, its form flickering as if the riddle itself was unmooring it. Then with a sound like distant thunder, it laughed, a hollow, echoing noise that sent shivers down the spines of the men. "You are clever, Odysseus," it said, "perhaps too clever for your own good, but you have answered correctly." The runes on the altar flared one last time before dimming to darkness. The figure stepped back, its shadow blending into the mist. "You may leave this place," it said, its voice fading like the dying melody. "But know this, the gods are watching, and your trials are far from over." The oppressive energy that had hung over the clearing lifted, replaced by an almost deafening silence. Odysseus turned to his men, their faces pale but relieved. "Back to the ship," he said, his voice firm. "Quickly." They moved as one, retracing their steps through the forest. The mist thinned as they approached the shore, revealing the ship waiting for them like a beacon of hope. The crew wasted no time in boarding, their hands moving swiftly to prepare for departure. As the anchor was hauled up and the sails unfurled, Odysseus stood at the stern, his gaze fixed on the island as it receded into the distance. The melody was gone, replaced by the rhythmic sound of the waves against the hull. He felt a brief pang of satisfaction at outwitting the figure, but it was tempered by the knowledge that this was but one challenge in a string of many. Damocin approached, his expression serious. "You saved us," he said simply. Odysseus shook his head. "Not yet. We are still at the mercy of the gods." The ship sailed on, the crew settling into a tense silence. The events on the island had shaken them, their usual banter replaced by quiet determination. They worked diligently, their focus entirely on the task of keeping the vessel steady and moving forward. Days passed without incident, the sea calm and the wind favorable. The respite allowed Odysseus time to reflect, though his thoughts offered little solace. The memory of the figure's warning lingered in his mind, a shadow that refused to be banished. He wondered what form the next trial would take, and whether the gods' patience or their cruelty had limits. On the third day after leaving the island, the sea began to change. The water grew darker, its surface rippling with an unnatural energy. The wind shifted, carrying with it a faint but distinct smell of sulfur. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their hands tightening on the ropes and oars. "My lord," Damocin said, his voice low, "do you feel it?" Odysseus nodded, his jaw tightening. "The gods are stirring." The horizon ahead seemed to shimmer, the air itself bending and twisting as if reality were fraying at the edges. Shapes began to form in the distance, massive, indistinct forms that loomed like mountains rising from the sea. As the ship drew closer, the shapes resolved into towers of jagged rock, their surfaces slick with black, glistening water. At the center of the formation was a massive whirlpool, its edges churning with relentless fury. The water around it was dotted with debris, broken ships, shattered masts, and the occasional glint of bone. The crew stared in horror, their faces pale. "Charybdis," Odysseus muttered, his voice barely audible. Damocin's expression hardened. "What do we do?" Odysseus's mind raced. The whirlpool was far larger than he had anticipated, its pull already tugging at the ship despite their distance. He knew they could not outrun it, nor could they afford to get too close. Steering through such waters required precision, strength, and no small amount of luck. "Row with all your strength," he commanded. "We'll aim for the edge of the current and let it carry us around. If we fight it, we'll be torn apart." The crew sprang into action, their fear lending them a grim determination. The oars dipped into the water with rhythmic precision, their movements coordinated as they fought to keep the ship steady. Odysseus took the helm, his hands firm on the wheel as he guided them toward the outer edge of the whirlpool. The roar of Charybdis grew louder, a deafening cacophony that drowned out all other sounds. The ship rocked violently, the water around them churning with the force of the current. Odysseus shouted orders, his voice barely audible over the chaos. "Hold steady. Keep rowing." The ship tilted dangerously. As it was pulled into the current, the whirlpool's edge a maelstrom of frothing water and shattered debris. Odysseus's arms ached as he fought the wheel, every muscle in his body straining to keep the vessel on course. For what felt like an eternity, they were caught in the grip of the whirlpool, the ship creaking and groaning under the strain. The crew's faces were etched with exhaustion, their bodies pushed to their limits as they rowed with everything they had. At last, the ship broke free, the current spitting them out into calmer waters. The men collapsed onto the deck, their breaths ragged and their bodies trembling. Odysseus released the wheel, his hands shaking as he leaned against the railing. Damascene approached, his expression a mixture of relief and admiration. "You did it," he said. "We're alive." Odysseus nodded, his eyes scanning the horizon. The jagged towers of rock receded into the distance, their ominous presence a reminder of how close they had come to destruction. "We've survived," he said, his voice quiet, "but the journey is far from over." The ship sailed on, its crew battered but alive, the shadow of Charybdis fading behind them. Odysseus allowed himself a brief moment of relief, but his thoughts remained fixed on what lay ahead. The gods were not done with him, and he knew that the greatest challenges were yet to come. The ship pressed on through the calm waters, the harrowing memory of Charybdis still fresh in the minds of the crew. Exhaustion hung heavy in the air, but there was a flicker of renewed hope as they moved further from the vortex's reach. The men worked in silence, their focus divided between their tasks and the unrelenting gaze of the horizon. Even the faintest shift in the sea's surface now carried an undercurrent of dread, a reminder of how quickly the gods could turn calm waters into chaos. Odysseus stood at the helm, his hands gripping the wheel as if his strength alone could keep the ship steady. His mind churned as he thought of what lay ahead. Each trial had been a deliberate test, one that forced him to weigh his intellect, resolve, and endurance against insurmountable odds. And yet, through cunning and determination, he had survived. But survival alone was no victory. Ithaca still felt as distant as it had when he first set sail from Troy. His thoughts were interrupted by Damocin, who approached with a cautious expression. "My lord, there's something on the horizon," he said, his voice low. "A glimmer of light. It could be land or another trick of the gods." Odysseus turned his gaze forward, squinting against the glare of the sun. At first, he saw nothing but the endless expanse of water, but then it appeared, a faint shimmer, too distant to make out clearly but unmistakable against the sea's surface. "We'll steer toward it," Odysseus said decisively. "Whether it's land or danger, we cannot afford to drift aimlessly." The crew adjusted the sails, guiding the ship toward the distant light. As they drew nearer, the shimmer resolved into the shape of a towering island. Its cliffs gleamed as if made of polished gold, and its shores sparkled with a brilliance that seemed unnatural. The men murmured among themselves, their voices tinged with both awe and suspicion. "It's a trick," one of the sailors muttered, clutching the hilt of his dagger. "No place shines like that." "Or a blessing," another said, his voice filled with yearning. "Perhaps the gods have finally shown us mercy." Odysseus silenced them with a raised hand. "We'll approach cautiously. Keep your wits about you." As the ship neared the island, the shimmering effect grew stronger, casting dazzling reflections across the water. The men shielded their eyes as they dropped anchor and lowered the small rowboat into the sea. Odysseus, Damocin, and a handful of crew members climbed in, their movements deliberate as they rowed toward the golden shore. The closer they came, the more they noticed the eerie stillness of the island. The waves lapped softly at the sand, but there were no birds, no rustling of leaves, no sign of life beyond the glittering cliffs. It was as though the island existed in a vacuum, untouched by time or nature. They pulled the boat ashore and stepped onto the sand, which felt strangely warm beneath their feet despite the cool sea breeze. The surface was unnaturally smooth, each grain glinting like crushed gemstones. The men exchanged uneasy glances, their hands never straying far from their weapons. "We'll explore the interior," Odysseus said, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at him. "Stay close and alert." The group moved inland, following a narrow path that wound through a forest of golden trees. Their leaves shimmered as if made of molten metal, and the air was thick with the scent of something sweet and intoxicating. The light filtering through the canopy cast shifting patterns on the ground, disorienting and dreamlike. As they walked, they began to hear faint whispers, barely audible but persistent. The voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, their words indistinct but carrying a seductive pull. One of the younger crew members, unable to resist, broke from the group and wandered toward a particularly brilliant tree. "Stay with us," Damocin barked, his voice snapping the man out of his trance. The sailor stumbled back, his face pale as he muttered an apology. Odysseus pressed onward, his jaw clenched as the whispers grew louder. They seemed to call his name now, mingling with faint laughter that sent chills down his spine. At last, the path opened into a clearing, where a massive structure stood at the center. A palace of gold, its walls gleaming so brightly that it hurt to look directly at them. The group halted, their breath stolen by the sight. The palace was both magnificent and foreboding, its beauty too perfect to be natural. Massive doors adorned with intricate carvings stood open, as if inviting them to enter. "We cannot ignore this," Odysseus said. "Whatever power resides here, it's clear the gods have led us to it." Damocin hesitated, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "And if it's a trap?" "It likely is," Odysseus replied, his tone grim, "but we have no choice." He stepped forward, his heart pounding as he approached the palace doors. The whispers reached a crescendo as he crossed the threshold, his vision swimming as the light seemed to bend and twist around him. Inside, the air was cool and still, the walls lined with treasures that gleamed like stars. Gold and jewels lay in piles, spilling from open chests and urns, their brilliance almost blinding. At the far end of the grand hall stood a figure, a woman of striking beauty. Her features sharp and regal, her hair flowed like liquid gold, and her eyes shone with an otherworldly light. "Welcome, Odysseus," she said, her voice rich and melodic. "I have been waiting for you." Odysseus stopped in his tracks, his senses on high alert. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What is this place?" "I am Aurelia," she said, stepping closer, "queen of this island and its guardian. You have traveled far and endured much, and now you stand before me. Tell me, what is it you seek?" "I seek only to return to Ithaca," Odysseus replied, "to my wife and son." Aurelia smiled, her expression both kind and knowing. "And yet you have come here to a place of untold riches and boundless power. Do you not wish to claim it for yourself?" Odysseus shook his head. "I desire neither riches nor power. My heart belongs to Ithaca." Aurelia's gaze softened, but there was a glimmer of something more in her eyes, curiosity perhaps, or amusement. "A noble answer. But tell me, Odysseus, what price are you willing to pay for your return?" Before he could respond, the room shifted, the walls seeming to close in as the treasures melted into shadow. The air grew heavy, and Aurelia's form began to change, her golden hair darkening as her eyes burned with an intense light. "You have faced trials of strength and wit," she said, her voice echoing like a chorus. "But now you must face yourself. Step forward, Odysseus, and show me the truth of your heart." A doorway appeared behind her, its frame pulsing with a golden light. Odysseus hesitated for only a moment before stepping toward it, his resolve unshaken. As he crossed the threshold, the world around him dissolved, and he found himself alone in a vast, featureless expanse. A figure appeared before him, himself, but not as he was now. This version of Odysseus was younger, stronger, and unscarred by the trials of war and the wrath of the gods. The younger Odysseus looked at him with disdain, his voice sharp as he spoke. "Is this what you've become? A man clinging to scraps of hope, Driven by a desperate dream, where is the cunning warrior who won at Troy? Where is the hero who defied the gods? Odysseus squared his shoulders, his voice steady. I am still that man, but I am also a father and a husband. My strength comes from my love for them. The younger Odysseus laughed, a harsh and bitter sound. Love makes you weak. It blinds you to what you could be. Think of the glory you've abandoned, the power you've squandered in pursuit of a life that may no longer exist. Odysseus took a step forward, his gaze unwavering. Glory fades, but love endures. My trials have shown me that you are a shadow of my past, nothing more. The younger Odysseus sneered, but began to dissolve, his form scattering like dust in the wind. The expanse around him shifted again, and he found himself back in the grand hall, Aurelia standing before him with a faint smile. You have passed the final test, she said. Your path to Ithaca lies ahead, but the journey will not be easy. Go now, Odysseus, and may the gods guide you. The light around him flared, and he felt himself being pulled away, the island fading into the distance as he found himself back aboard the ship. The crew stared at him in awe, their faces a mixture of relief and reverence. What happened? Demison asked. Odysseus took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the horizon. We continue, he said. Ithaca awaits. The ship glided through the open sea, its sails filled with a steady wind that seemed a gift from the gods themselves. The men worked with quiet determination, their spirits bolstered by their recent escape from the Golden Island and its mysterious queen. Though exhaustion still clung to them, the promise of progress toward Ithaca was enough to rekindle their resolve. Odysseus stood at the helm, his eyes fixed on the horizon. His thoughts, as always, were on Ithaca, on Penelope and Telemachus. Yet the trials of the journey had left their mark. The weight of the lives lost along the way, the sacrifices of his men, and the tests of his own character lingered in his mind. He knew the gods were far from finished with him, and each passing day felt like the calm before another storm. Damocin approached, his broad frame casting a shadow over the deck. "The crew is holding up well," he said, "but the men are beginning to wonder how much farther we have to go." Odysseus nodded, his gaze unyielding. "We are closer than we've ever been, but the sea is a fickle ally, and the gods are not done testing us." Damocin crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful. "You've faced their trials with courage and wit. Few could endure what you have." "It's not just courage or wit," Odysseus replied. "It's love. For Ithaca, for my family. That's what keeps me going." Damocin gave a faint smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. "It's a rare thing, that kind of devotion. Let's hope it's enough." The two men stood in silence for a moment, the sound of the waves lapping against the hull filling the space between them. Then, without warning, the wind shifted and a chill ran through the air. The sea's surface, once calm and reflective, began to ripple with an unnatural energy. Odysseus's grip tightened on the wheel. "Something's coming," he said, his voice low. The crew tensed, their movements growing sharp and deliberate as they adjusted the sails and readied themselves for whatever lay ahead. The horizon darkened, a dense fog rolling in from the distance. It swallowed the light of the sun, casting the ship in an eerie twilight. From the mist came a low, mournful sound, a wailing that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest men. It was not the call of any animal they had encountered before, but something otherworldly, a lamentation that seemed to rise from the depths of the sea itself. "What is that?" one of the sailors whispered, his voice trembling. Odysseus's jaw clenched. "Keep steady. Do not let fear take hold." The ship pressed forward into the fog, its crew on edge as the wailing grew louder. The air grew colder, the moisture clinging to their skin like a second layer. Visibility was reduced to mere feet, and the world beyond the deck of the ship seemed to vanish entirely. Then, as if materializing from the mist itself, a massive shadow loomed ahead. It was a ship, an ancient weathered vessel with tattered sails and a hull that groaned with age. It drifted aimlessly, its deck empty and lifeless. The sight of it sent a ripple of unease through the crew. "It's a ghost ship," Damocin said, his voice hushed. "A vessel of the damned." Odysseus studied the ship carefully. Its presence was no coincidence. He could feel the gods' hands in this, Another trial meant to test their resolve. He gestured for the crew to hold their position, the ship coming to a halt just shy of the ghostly vessel. "We approach with caution," he said. "Ready yourselves for anything." A small group of men, including Damocin and Odysseus, boarded the ghost ship, the planks beneath their feet creaking with every step. The air aboard was thick with the scent of decay and brine, and an unnatural silence hung over the vessel. The deck was strewn with remnants of its former crew. Tattered garments, rusted weapons, and the occasional glimpse of skeletal remains. "This ship has been here a long time," Damocin observed, his voice low. "Longer than any of us have been alive." Odysseus nodded, his eyes scanning the deck. "And yet it still sails." "That is no accident." They moved cautiously toward the captain's quarters, the door hanging loosely on its hinges. Inside, the room was dark and cluttered, the walls lined with charts and maps that had long since faded into illegibility. At the center of the room was a table, and upon it lay an object that seemed untouched by time. A gleaming compass, its surface adorned with intricate engravings. Odysseus approached the compass, his instincts warning him of its significance. He reached out to touch it, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, the room seemed to shift. The air grew heavy, and a voice echoed from nowhere and everywhere at once. "You seek to return home?" the voice said, deep and resonant, "but the path is not yours to choose." Odysseus straightened, his hand still resting on the compass. "Who speaks?" he demanded. The shadows in the room coalesced into a figure, a towering spectral form that seemed both man and mist. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and its presence filled the room with an oppressive weight. "I am Allecton, the keeper of fates," the figure said. "This ship is my domain, and all who enter are bound by my will." Odysseus met the figure's gaze, his expression unflinching. "If you are the keeper of fates, then you know my purpose. I must return to Ithaca." Allecton's eyes narrowed. "Your purpose is irrelevant. Fate is not so easily bent to the will of mortals." "Fate may be immutable," Odysseus said, his voice firm, "but the choices we make within it are ours. I will not abandon my journey." The spectral figure regarded him for a moment before nodding. "Then you will be tested. This compass will guide you, but only if you prove yourself worthy. Speak truthfully, Odysseus. What price are you willing to pay to return to Ithaca?" Odysseus hesitated, the weight of the question pressing on him. He thought of the lives already lost, his crew, the companions who had followed him faithfully despite the dangers. He thought of Penelope and Telemachus, the family he had left behind, and he thought of the toll the journey had taken on him, body and soul. "I would give everything," he said finally. "My strength, my wit, even my life, whatever it takes to return home, I will pay it." Allecton's form flickered, its edges blurring like smoke in the wind. "We shall see, mortal. The compass is yours, but the path it reveals will not be easy. Your greatest trials are yet to come." With those words, the figure dissolved and the oppressive weight lifted from the room. Odysseus took the compass, its surface warm to the touch, and turned to his companions. "We have what we need," he said. "Let's leave this place." They returned to their ship, the crew watching anxiously as they climbed aboard. Odysseus placed the compass on the helm, its needle spinning wildly before settling on a direction. The men adjusted the sails, and the ship began to move once more, the ghostly vessel fading into the mist behind them. As they sailed forward, the air grew warmer, and the fog began to dissipate. The crew, though weary, felt a renewed sense of purpose, their eyes fixed on the horizon. Odysseus stood at the helm, the compass guiding him, its mysterious power a reminder of the promise and peril that lay ahead. The path to Ithaca was still fraught with danger, but his resolve burned brighter than ever. The ship sailed steadily under a sky tinged with gold, the newly acquired compass resting securely on the helm, its needle unwavering. The sense of direction it provided was reassuring, though its glow carried an aura of mystery that kept the crew wary. Odysseus stood at the wheel, his hands firm and steady, his thoughts consumed by the weight of Alacton's words. The Keeper of Fates had warned that the path ahead would be fraught with greater trials, and Odysseus had learned to take such warnings seriously. The men moved about the ship with renewed focus, their spirits buoyed by the promise of progress. Yet, beneath the surface, unease lingered. The encounters they had endured, from Scylla and Charybdis to the Golden Island and the ghostly vessel, had taken a toll. Fear lingered in their eyes, though they masked it with work and camaraderie. Even Damascene, whose calm demeanor rarely wavered, seemed unusually tense. As night fell, the sea grew calm, its surface smooth as polished glass. The stars emerged one by one, their light illuminating the vast expanse of water around them. Odysseus allowed himself a brief moment of solace, letting the cool night air wash over him as he steered the ship. Damascene approached, his heavy footsteps soft on the wooden deck. "It feels too quiet," he said, his voice low, "like the calm before a storm." Odysseus nodded, his eyes scanning the horizon. The gods rarely grant us peace without a price. Damascene leaned against the railing, his gaze distant. The men are holding on, but they're weary. They speak of Ithaca like it's a dream, something they'll never truly see. "It's no dream," Odysseus replied firmly. "It's real, and we'll reach it no matter the cost." Damascene studied him for a moment, then gave a small nod. "If anyone can see this through, it's you." The two men stood in silence, the ship cutting through the still waters with ease. But just as the first hints of dawn began to streak the sky, the compass began to pulse with a faint light. The needle, which had remained steady, started to spin faster and faster until it abruptly stopped, pointing sharply to the starboard side. Odysseus frowned, adjusting the wheel to follow its direction. The change was subtle at first, a slight ripple in the water, a faint hum that seemed to rise from the depths. But soon the hum grew louder, vibrating through the ship and setting the crew on edge. "What is that?" one of the sailors muttered, his voice tinged with fear. Before anyone could answer, the sea ahead began to churn. A massive whirlpool formed, its edges frothing with whitecaps as it spiraled downward into an abyss. The crew scrambled to adjust the sails, their shouts filling the air as the ship was pulled closer to the vortex. Odysseus gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the wheel. "Hold steady," he commanded. "Do not let the current take us." The ship strained against the pull of the whirlpool, its timbers groaning as the men fought to keep it on course. The compass's glow intensified, its needle pointing directly into the heart of the maelstrom. "It wants us to go in," Damison said, his voice grim. "Then we have no choice," Odysseus replied. "Prepare yourselves." The men exchanged uneasy glances, but obeyed, securing the ropes and bracing themselves as the ship was drawn closer to the whirlpool. The roar of the water was deafening, the force of the current threatening to tear the vessel apart. Odysseus steeled himself, his mind racing as he calculated their approach. As the ship entered the whirlpool, the world seemed to tilt. The sky disappeared, replaced by a swirling wall of water that towered above them. The men clung to whatever they could, their cries lost in the chaos. Odysseus focused on the compass, its glow guiding him as he navigated the treacherous descent. Then, as suddenly as it began, the whirlpool released them. The ship emerged into a strange and otherworldly expanse, the sea now a deep, shimmering black that reflected the stars above. The air was still, and an unnatural silence hung over the water. The compass's glow dimmed, its needle settling once more. The crew looked around in awe and trepidation. The landscape was surreal, the horizon blurred as if the boundaries of the world had dissolved. In the distance, a massive structure rose from the water, a towering archway carved from obsidian, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the starlight. "What is this place?" Damson asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "A threshold," Odysseus replied, his gaze fixed on the archway. "The god's domain, perhaps, or something older." As they approached the archway, a figure emerged from its shadow. It was unlike any being they had encountered before. Tall and impossibly slender, its form shifting and shimmering as if made of liquid light. Its eyes, twin orbs of white fire, regarded them with an intensity that sent a chill down their spines. "You have come far, Odysseus," the figure said, its voice resonating like a chorus of bells. "Few mortals have passed through the veil and lived." Odysseus stepped forward, his posture resolute. "I have endured much to reach this point. If you are another trial, then speak your terms." The figure tilted its head as if amused. "Your journey has been one of strength, wit, and sacrifice, but the final trial is not one of the body or mind. It is of the soul." It extended a hand, and a ripple passed through the air. The sea around the ship shimmered, and images began to form on its surface. Odysseus saw Penelope, her hands deftly weaving at her loom, her expression serene but tinged with sorrow. He saw Telemachus, standing tall and resolute, his youthful face marked by a determination that mirrored his own. The images shifted, showing his crew, those who had fallen along the way, their faces frozen in moments of fear and pain. "You carry their weight," the figure said, "their lives, their deaths, their hopes and fears. Do you truly believe you deserve to return to Ithaca?" Odysseus's chest tightened as he stared at the images. The faces of his fallen men haunted him, their trust in him, a heavy burden he had carried for years. He thought of Penelope, her faith unwavering despite the passage of time. And he thought of Telemachus, the son he had left behind, who had grown into a man without his guidance. "I do not know if I deserve it," Odysseus admitted, his voice thick with emotion. "But I know that I must return, not for glory or redemption, but for love. For the family that waits for me and for the men who sacrificed everything to help me find my way." The figure regarded him silently for a moment, its fiery eyes unreadable. Then it nodded. "You have spoken truthfully, and your resolve is clear. The path to Ithaca is open to you, but the final steps will test you as never before." The archway began to glow, its runes pulsing with a radiant light. The sea around them churned, and the ship was drawn forward, passing beneath the towering structure. As they emerged on the other side, the strange expanse dissolved, replaced by the familiar waters of the Aegean. The crew erupted into cheers, their voices ringing with relief and triumph. Odysseus allowed himself a small smile, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Somewhere beyond the waves lay Ithaca, and he was closer than ever to the home he had fought so hard to reclaim. Yet he knew that the greatest challenge still lay ahead, and he steeled himself for what was to come. The ship sailed onward through the familiar waters of the Aegean, the rhythmic crash of waves against the hull carrying a strange mixture of relief and tension. The crew moved with renewed vigor, their hands steady and their eyes bright with hope. Ithaca was closer now than it had ever been, but the weight of their journey clung to them like a shadow. Odysseus stood at the helm, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his thoughts a swirl of anticipation and unease. Damocin approached, his heavy boots thudding softly against the deck. "The men are eager," he said, his voice low. "They feel the end is near." Odysseus nodded, his hands firm on the wheel. "The end may be near, but the gods are not done with us yet. The final stretch is often the hardest." Damocin frowned, his brow furrowing. "You think another trial awaits?" "I know it," Odysseus replied, his tone resolute. "They would not let us come this far without one last test." As if summoned by his words, the wind shifted abruptly, its warm caress turning cold and sharp. The sky, clear and bright moments before, darkened with unnatural speed. Clouds rolled in, their edges glowing with an eerie silver light, and the sea began to churn. The men paused in their work, their faces turning skyward as a low rumble of thunder echoed across the waves. "What now?" one of the sailors muttered, his voice trembling. Odysseus stepped forward, his presence commanding. Prepare the ship, secure the sails, and brace yourselves. This is no ordinary storm. The crew obeyed swiftly, their movements practiced and efficient, despite the fear that gripped them. The wind howled, tearing at the sails and lashing against their faces. The waves grew larger, each one striking the ship with a force that threatened to splinter its timbers. Odysseus gripped the wheel, his muscles straining as he fought to keep the vessel steady. Then, from the swirling clouds, a voice boomed, a voice that resonated with the power of a god. "Odysseus," it called, deep and resonant, "you who have defied the will of the gods and dared to seek your home. Do you think your journey ends here, unchallenged?" The men froze, their eyes wide with terror. Odysseus raised his head, his jaw set with determination. "Poseidon," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos around him, "you have pursued me relentlessly, but I am not afraid of you." The sea roared in response, a massive wave rising from the depths and crashing against the ship. The men scrambled to hold on, their cries lost in the deafening sound of water and wind. The ship groaned under the strain, its deck slick with seawater. "Not afraid." Poseidon's voice thundered. "Then you are a fool. You have insulted my son, blinded him, and thought you could escape my wrath unscathed. I will make you regret your arrogance." The water beneath the ship began to churn violently, and from its depths rose a monstrous form. It was a creature of the sea, its body massive and serpentine, its scales shimmering like polished metal. Its eyes glowed with a fierce, otherworldly light, and its jaws opened wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. The crew cried out in terror, their weapons drawn but their hands trembling. Odysseus stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the creature. He felt the weight of his choices pressing down on him, the lives lost, the trials endured, all leading to this moment. "Listen to me, men," he shouted, his voice cutting through the noise. "We have faced monsters before, and we have survived. Do not let fear take hold. Stand firm, and we will overcome this as well." The men rallied at his words, their fear giving way to determination. They took up their positions, readying harpoons and ropes as the creature circled the ship. Odysseus grabbed a spear, his mind racing as he formulated a plan. The creature lunged, its massive jaws snapping inches from the ship's bow. The men hurled their harpoons, but the weapons glanced off its armored scales, leaving it unharmed. It roared, the sound reverberating through the air, and struck the ship with its tail, sending a shudder through the hull. "It's too strong," one of the sailors shouted. "We can't kill it." "We don't need to kill it," Odysseus replied, his voice calm but firm. "We need to outwit it." He turned to Damocin, his expression intense. "Gather the ropes. We'll use its strength against it." Damocin nodded, his trust in Odysseus unwavering. The men moved quickly, securing ropes to the ship's masts and preparing to ensnare the creature. As it lunged again, Odysseus shouted his command. "Now." The men hurled the ropes, the hooks catching on the creature's massive body. It thrashed violently, its movements shaking the ship, but the crew held firm, pulling with all their strength. The ropes tightened, binding the creature's limbs and restricting its movements. Odysseus seized the opportunity. Grabbing a second harpoon, he climbed the rigging, positioning himself above the creature. As it thrashed and roared, he leapt from the mast, plunging the harpoon into the soft flesh beneath its jaw. The creature let out a deafening scream, its body convulsing before it sank back into the water, its form disappearing beneath the waves. The sea grew calm once more, the clouds parting to reveal the morning sun. The men collapsed onto the deck, their breaths ragged and their bodies trembling with exhaustion. Odysseus stood at the helm, his hands steady despite the fatigue that weighed on him. Poseidon's voice echoed one last time, quieter now, but no less powerful. "You are a stubborn man, Odysseus. You have earned your passage, but know this. The gods are not so easily defied. Your trials are not over." The sea fell silent, the only sound the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. The crew rose slowly, their faces filled with a mixture of relief and awe. Damocin approached Odysseus, his expression one of deep respect. "You've done it again," he said. "You've led us through." Odysseus nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "Ithaca is close. We cannot falter now." The ship sailed on, its course set by the compass, the men working with renewed purpose. The trials of the journey had tested them to their limits, but they had endured. Odysseus stood tall at the helm, his thoughts once again turning to Ithaca, to Penelope, and to the home that awaited him. Yet, in his heart, he knew that the greatest challenge still lay ahead, and he steeled himself for what was to come. The ship glided through calm waters as the sun climbed higher, painting the sea with shimmering bands of gold. The crew moved with quiet determination, their eyes often drifting to the horizon. Ithaca was near. They could feel it. Every breath of wind, every ripple in the water seemed to carry the promise of home, but the weight of their journey remained heavy. Each man bore the memory of friends lost along the way, and the trials that had pushed them to the brink. Odysseus stood at the helm, his gaze unwavering. The compass on the pedestal before him pulsed faintly, its needle fixed and steady. It had guided them through whirlpools and storms, through despair and defiance, and now it pointed toward their destination. He allowed himself a moment to imagine what awaited him. Penelope standing on the rocky cliffs, Telemachus grown and strong, Ithaca as he had left it, or perhaps changed entirely. The thought stirred both hope and unease. Damocin joined him, his broad shoulders catching the morning light. "The men are restless," he said. "The end feels close, but they're wary." "They have every right to be," Odysseus replied. "We've been close before, only to face yet another trial. The gods are not done with us." Damocin nodded grimly. "What do you think they'll throw at us next?" Odysseus didn't answer immediately. His hands tightened on the wheel as he studied the horizon. "Something personal," he said at last. The gods delight in testing a man's resolve by turning his heart against him. The words hung between them as the ship continued its steady course. By midday, the faint outline of land appeared in the distance. A cry went up from one of the sailors, and the crew gathered at the railings, their faces alight with hope. "Is it Ithaca?" one of them asked, his voice trembling with emotion. Odysseus studied the landmass, his sharp eyes scanning its contours. It looked familiar, the jagged cliffs, the verdant hills, but something felt off. The land shimmered faintly, as if viewed through a veil. He felt a chill creep up his spine. "Hold steady," he commanded. "We approach with caution." The crew obeyed, their excitement tempered by the wariness in Odysseus's voice. The ship drew closer, the details of the shoreline becoming clearer. It was unmistakably Ithaca, or at least a version of it. The familiar landmarks were all there. The rocky outcroppings, the olive groves, the small cove where fishermen anchored their boats. But the air was too still, the colors too vibrant, as though the land itself were a painted illusion. As the ship dropped anchor in the cove, Odysseus addressed his men. "This may be Ithaca, but do not let your guard down. The gods have tested us before, and they may test us here." The crew nodded, their expressions somber. They lowered a small boat into the water, and Odysseus, Damocin, and a handful of sailors rowed toward the shore. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the rhythmic splash of oars. When they reached the beach, the sand felt unnaturally warm beneath their feet, as though it held the memory of a fire long extinguished. They moved inland, following a narrow path that wound through the olive groves. The trees stood tall and ancient, their gnarled branches heavy with fruit. The air was thick with the scent of earth and salt, familiar yet strange. Odysseus's heart quickened as they approached the hilltop that overlooked his palace. When they crested the hill, the sight before them stole the breath from their lungs. The palace stood as it had before, its walls gleaming in the sunlight, its towers reaching proudly toward the sky. But the courtyard was filled with people, figures he recognized. His mother, Anticlea, stood at the entrance, her face serene and unlined by age. Laertes, his father, worked in the garden, his movements spry and vigorous. And there, near the threshold, was Penelope, her figure radiant, her hands deftly weaving at a loom. Odysseus froze, his chest tightening. It was a vision of perfection, a moment frozen in time, but it was wrong. He knew it deep in his soul. Anticlea had passed into the underworld. Laertes was frail and aged. And Penelope, his heart ached at the sight of her, so vivid and real, yet he knew she was not. "This isn't real," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Damocin stepped closer, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "It looks real enough, but you're right. It feels off." Before Odysseus could respond, the figures turned toward him, their faces lighting up with joy. "Odysseus," Penelope called, her voice filled with warmth. She ran to him, her arms outstretched, and for a moment he was tempted to embrace her. But he held back. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice firm. The figure that wore Penelope's face paused, her expression faltering. Then, slowly, her features began to shift. The radiant beauty melted away, replaced by something cold and otherworldly. The figure's eyes glowed with a pale light, and her voice took on a chilling edge. "You are clever, Odysseus," she said, "too clever for your own good." The other figures dissolved into mist, leaving the clearing empty save for Odysseus and his men. The air grew colder, and a shadow fell across the land. From the mist emerged a figure cloaked in black, its form indistinct but towering. "You have faced my trials," the figure said, its voice echoing like thunder. "But this is the final test, the choice that defines you." The mist swirled, forming images in the air. Odysseus saw Ithaca as it was now. Penelope sitting alone, her loom untouched, her face lined with worry. Telemachus pacing the halls, his shoulders heavy with responsibility. The palace in disrepair, its walls crumbling under the weight of neglect. "You can have it all," the figure said. "The Ithaca you remember, your family unbroken, your home restored. All you must do is stay here. Abandon the journey, abandon the pain." Odysseus clenched his fists, his heart pounding. The vision of Penelope, whole and happy, pulled at him like a tide, but he knew the truth. This was not Ithaca. It was a lie, a gilded cage meant to ensnare him. "I will not trade truth for illusion," he said, his voice steady, no matter how sweet the lie. The figure laughed, a sound that reverberated through the air. "Then you have chosen. But know this, the path ahead will demand everything of you." The mist dissolved, and the clearing returned to its natural state. The palace was gone, replaced by the bare hilltop and the distant sight of the real Ithaca on the horizon. Odysseus turned to his men, his face resolute. "We move forward," he said. "We finish this." The crew followed him back to the ship, their steps heavy but determined. As they set sail once more, the true Ithaca grew closer, its shores no longer a distant dream but a reality within reach. Yet Odysseus knew that the final steps of their journey would demand the greatest sacrifices of all, and he steeled himself for what lay ahead. The ship cut through the calm waters of the Aegean, its sails taut with a steady wind. The outline of Ithaca grew sharper with each passing hour, the familiar jagged cliffs and rolling hills bringing tears to the eyes of the weary crew. They stood at the railings, murmuring prayers of gratitude to the gods, their voices a mixture of hope and exhaustion. It was close now, the end of their harrowing journey. Odysseus stood at the helm, his expression stoic, though his heart thundered in his chest. The sight of Ithaca stirred something deep within him, a longing so fierce it felt like pain. Yet he did not allow himself to be swept away by emotion. Too many times had the gods tested him, dangling the promise of home only to rip it away. He tightened his grip on the wheel, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of danger. Damascene approached, his broad frame blocking the sunlight. "It's Ithaca," he said, his voice tinged with awe. "We've made it." Odysseus nodded but did not relax. "We're close, but it's not over. The gods won't let us return unchallenged." Damocin frowned, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "You think they'll strike now, so close to the end?" "I would," Odysseus said grimly, "and if I know the gods, they won't make it easy." The men began preparing the ship for its final approach, their movements quick and efficient, despite their exhaustion. The scent of olive trees drifted on the breeze, mingling with the salt of the sea. It was a scent that brought memories rushing back, of Penelope weaving beneath the shade of the trees, of Telemachus as a boy, playing in the fields. As the ship neared the rocky cove where they would anchor, the air shifted. It grew heavy, charged with a tension that set the men on edge. The wind, once steady, faltered, and the water stilled unnaturally. Odysseus felt it immediately. A presence unseen but undeniable. "Stay sharp," he called to his men. "Something's coming." The water ahead began to ripple, faint at first, but growing more violent. A low rumble echoed across the cove, and the sea parted, revealing a towering figure rising from the depths. It was Poseidon, his trident gleaming in the sunlight, his eyes blazing with fury. The god's voice boomed, shaking the very air. "You dare return to Ithaca, Odysseus?" Poseidon roared. "After all you have done, after all the pain you've caused, you believe you can escape my wrath?" The men froze, their faces pale with terror. Odysseus stepped forward, his posture unyielding. "I have endured your trials, Poseidon," he said, his voice steady. "I have faced monsters and storms, loss and despair. And yet here I stand. I will not be turned away." Poseidon's laughter rolled like thunder. "You are bold, mortal, but boldness will not save you." With a wave of his trident, the sea erupted. Massive waves crashed against the ship, and the crew scrambled to secure the sails and hold the vessel steady. The water churned violently, and from its depths emerged a host of sea creatures. Serpentine beasts with gleaming scales, their eyes filled with malice. They circled the ship, their movements predatory and deliberate. "Defend the ship," Odysseus shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The crew sprang into action, their weapons flashing as they fought off the attacking creatures. Harpoons flew through the air, striking the beasts and sending sprays of black ichor across the deck. The creatures lashed out with their tails, their jaws snapping inches from the men. Damocin fought at Odysseus' side, his massive sword cleaving through the serpents with brutal efficiency. "We can't hold them off forever," he shouted. "We don't need to," Odysseus replied, his mind racing. "This is Poseidon's game. We have to outsmart him." As the battle raged, Odysseus noticed something. A faint glow beneath the water, just beyond the reach of the circling creatures. It pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat. He knew instinctively that it was the source of Poseidon's power here, the key to ending the attack. "Cover me," he ordered Damocin. "I'm going in." Without waiting for a response, Odysseus grabbed a harpoon and dove into the water. The cold shock of the sea hit him, but he pushed forward, his strokes powerful and determined. The glow grew brighter as he approached, revealing a massive, pulsating pearl embedded in the ocean floor. It radiated an energy that made the water around it vibrate. The serpents turned their attention to him, their sleek bodies cutting through the water with terrifying speed. Odysseus gripped the harpoon tightly, his muscles coiled as he prepared to strike. One of the creatures lunged, its jaws wide, but he twisted away at the last moment, driving the harpoon into its side. The beast writhed, its blood clouding the water, and Odysseus pressed onward. Reaching the pearl, he braced himself against the ocean floor, his lungs burning as he raised the harpoon. He struck with all his strength, the tip of the weapon shattering the surface of the pearl. A deafening crack echoed through the water, and a shockwave rippled outward, knocking the serpents back and stilling the churning sea. Odysseus surfaced, gasping for air, as the sea around him calmed. Poseidon's form began to fade, his furious roar diminishing as he was pulled back into the depths. The sky cleared and the sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm light over the cove. The crew erupted into cheers, their relief palpable. They pulled Odysseus aboard, their hands gripping his shoulders in gratitude and awe. Damocin clasped his forearm, his expression fierce. "You've done it, Odysseus. You've beaten him." Odysseus nodded, his breath still ragged. "Not beaten," he said, "but we've earned our way." The ship anchored, and the men disembarked, their feet touching Ithacan soil for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. Odysseus stood at the edge of the beach, his gaze fixed on the distant palace that crowned the hill. It was real this time, no illusion, no trick of the gods. As the men prepared to ascend, Odysseus raised a hand, his voice firm. "This is my final task. Stay here. Rest. I will go alone." The crew protested, but Damocin silenced them with a nod. "It's his journey," he said. "Let him finish it." Odysseus adjusted his cloak and began the climb, each step carrying him closer to the life he had fought so hard to reclaim. The path was steep, the rocks sharp beneath his sandals, but he pressed on, his heart pounding with anticipation and trepidation. When he reached the gates of his palace, he paused, his hand resting on the worn wood. He could hear faint voices inside, the sound of life and activity. Steeling himself, he pushed the gate open and stepped into the courtyard. There, in the golden light of the setting sun, stood Penelope. She turned at the sound of the gate, her eyes widening as they met his. For a moment, neither of them moved, the world holding its breath. Then she ran to him, her arms encircling his neck, her voice breaking as she whispered his name. "Odysseus." He held her tightly, his eyes closing as the weight of the journey fell away. He was home. The embrace lingered, a moment suspended in time, as if the years of separation, the trials and the suffering had been swallowed by the warmth of Penelope's arms. Odysseus held her close, the feel of her heartbeat against his chest grounding him in a reality he had long fought to reach. Her scent, earthy and familiar, was a balm to his weary soul, and he tightened his grip, afraid she might vanish like the illusions he had faced before. But she did not vanish. She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, her own filled with tears that spilled freely down her cheeks. "Is it truly you?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Odysseus, my husband." "It's me," he said, his voice hoarse with emotion. "I've returned, Penelope. At long last, I've returned." She raised a hand to his face, her fingers tracing the lines carved by time and hardship. He saw her expression shift, joy mingled with sorrow, love tempered by the weight of years. "I never stopped waiting," she said softly, "never stopped believing you would find your way back to us." Her words were both a comfort and a dagger to his heart. He thought of the suffering she must have endured, the doubts that must have crept into her mind during the long nights alone. He wanted to tell her everything, to share the countless battles and sacrifices he had made to return to her, but words felt insufficient. Instead, he leaned forward and pressed his forehead to hers, a silent vow of love and gratitude. A sound broke the moment, footsteps approaching quickly from the inner halls of the palace. Odysseus turned, and there stood Telemachus, taller and broader than the boy he had left behind. His son's face was etched with surprise, his eyes wide as they took in the man before him. "Father," Telemachus said, his voice thick with disbelief. Odysseus felt his throat tighten. He stepped forward, his arms outstretched. "It's me, my son. I've come home." Telemachus hesitated for only a moment before crossing the distance between them and embracing his father. Odysseus gripped him tightly, his chest swelling with pride and relief. "You've grown into a fine man," he said, his voice breaking. "Stronger than I could have imagined. I never thought I'd see this day." Telemachus replied, his voice muffled against his father's shoulder. "The gods have tested us, but they've brought you back." As father and son stood together, Penelope joined them. Her hands resting on the shoulders, the three of them formed a tableau of unity and resilience, a family reunited against all odds. But the moment of peace was fleeting. From the shadows of the hall emerged a servant, her face pale with urgency. "My queen," she said, her voice trembling. "The suitors, they are still here. They feast in the great hall even now." Odysseus's expression darkened, his joy tempered by a fierce resolve. "The suitors," he said, his voice low, "they have defiled my home, threatened my family." Penelope placed a hand on his arm, her grip firm. "They have been relentless, Odysseus. They seek to claim what is not theirs. But I have resisted them. I've held them at bay, waiting for this moment." Telemachus stepped forward, his jaw clenched. "We must act, father. They have dishonored us for too long." Odysseus nodded, his mind already racing with a plan. "We will reclaim this house," he said, "but we must be clever. These men are many, and they are armed. We cannot face them head on. He turned to Penelope. Do they suspect anything? No, she said. They believe you are lost, that Telemachus and I are powerless to stop them. Good, Odysseus replied. We will use their arrogance against them. He outlined his plan quickly, his words precise and measured. Penelope would return to the hall, maintaining her composure as if nothing had changed. Telemachus would secure the weapons hidden in the armory and bring them to Odysseus under the cover of night. The element of surprise would be their greatest weapon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Penelope entered the great hall, her face a mask of calm. The suitors lounged at the tables, their voices loud with drunken laughter, their hands reaching greedily for food and wine. They paid her little mind, dismissing her as they always did, their focus on their revelry. Telemachus moved discreetly through the palace, gathering swords, shields, and spears. He brought them to a hidden chamber where Odysseus waited, his expression grim. Together they prepared, the quiet tension in the air sharpening their resolve. When the moment came, they moved swiftly. Odysseus entered the great hall, his form cloaked in shadow. At first, the suitors did not notice him, their attention consumed by their feast. But when he stepped into the light, his presence commanded silence. The hall grew still as the suitors turned to face him, their expressions ranging from confusion to disdain. Who is this? One of them sneered. Another beggar come to plead for scraps. Odysseus' voice rang out, clear and strong. I am no beggar. I am Odysseus, king of Ithaca, and this is my home. The suitors laughed, their derision echoing through the hall. Odysseus, another scoffed. A likely story. The great king is long dead. You are nothing but a pretender. But their laughter faltered when Telemachus entered, armed and standing tall at his father's side. The suitors exchanged uneasy glances, their bravado beginning to waver. You have dishonored my house, Odysseus said, his voice cold with fury. You have insulted my wife, threatened my son, and defiled my name. For that there is no forgiveness. With a signal, Telemachus tossed a spear to his father. Odysseus caught it effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. The hall erupted into chaos as the suitors scrambled to arm themselves, but they were no match for the fury of a king reclaiming his throne. Odysseus fought with the strength of a man who had endured the wrath of gods and monsters. His spear found its mark again and again, cutting through the suitors like a blade through wheat. Telemachus fought by his side, his skill and courage a testament to his lineage. The hall became a battlefield, the sounds of clashing steel and shouts filling the air. One by one, the suitors fell, their arrogance and greed extinguished by the righteous fury of the king and his son. When the last of them lay motionless on the blood-streaked floor, the hall fell silent. Odysseus stood at its center, his chest heaving, his spear dripping with blood. Penelope entered, her eyes wide as she took in the scene. She approached Odysseus, her hands trembling as she reached for him. "It is over," she said softly. "You have reclaimed your home." Odysseus dropped the spear, his shoulders sagging as the weight of the battle lifted. He pulled Penelope into his arms, his voice a whisper. "It is over." At last. That night, the palace was quiet, the air heavy with the scent of olive oil and blood. The family gathered in the great hall. The remnants of their enemies cleared away, the hearth blazing warmly. For the first time in years, they sat together, a family reunited. Odysseus looked around the room, his heart full. He had faced the wrath of gods, the cruelty of men, and the despair of separation. But now, surrounded by his wife and son, he felt a peace he had not known in decades. Ithaca was his again. His journey was complete, and though the scars of his trials would remain, they were a testament to the strength that had carried him home. you.